You weren't as pretty as your pictures to be H, lol.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
Hello friends, trace amounts of science. Do you know the nice guys are still out there being nice to people? Expecting things in return for a basic level of human decency? Yes, I opened the door for you. Now you owe me 3 kids and a white picket fence. Or more realistically, probably a trailer and an emptied out kiddie pool in the front where all the dogs poop in. So yes, expectation is, of course, the mother of disappointment, and we're going to see that exhibited over and over today as we take a look, yes, into Nice Guys. Thanks for joining me. Wave emoji! Oh, I just wanted to say hi. Well, hi then. Apologies though, as I don't know who this is. No problem. Didn't mean to seem like a weirdo. This is blank, so-and-so's friend. We met the other night at the blank place. Oh, right. My beer buddy, haha. What's going on? To be honest, I don't even remember exchanging numbers. Yes, there's a reason I did not want you to have it, you see. That's probably because we never did, lol. Hope you don't mind. I got your number from person. Told him I left my hoodie in your car. That's probably a tactic on his behalf. Maybe it's not really girlfriends out there stealing all the sweaters. It's dudes leaving sweaters at the girlfriend's house so they can come back later. Although these people are obviously not boyfriend and girlfriend. Beer buddy, though. Some level of acquaintance, maybe. But yeah, OP didn't want him to have the number. And I'm quickly seeing why. OP says, okay, gotcha about the hoodie thing. My husband has the car right now, but I can check for your sweater when he gets home and let you know. Okay, thanks. That'd be great. So, how did you and your husband meet? Lucky guy. This conversation's over. I'm only addressing the sweater thing. Your sweater's not here. Don't text me again. OP says, haha, that's sweet. I think we're both lucky to BH, but we met in place that was redacted. Oh, I like that. God, I love a spicy Latina. Oh, no. It's probably not the way you want to go with it. She already threw up the husband as a blockade, and still he's like, I'm gonna hit you with these adult video keywords. Spicy Latina.
I just love Latinas, Sonic. What? Adios, amigo.
Dude, you were so early into this conversation to even attempt something like this. What the fuck are you doing? I'm in pain. I'm in pain now. And OP says, look, I'm sure you didn't mean anything by it, but in the future, I'd refrain from referring to strangers by ethnic stereotypes. Just a tip. So fucking funny. But anyway, my husband should be home within the next hour or so, and I'll let you know for sure if we have your sweater at that time. Take care. OP just laying it down real flat. I like that a lot.
I laid my game down quite flat.
Dang! Meow! Exactly the kind of thing I was talking about. Not afraid to speak your mind. It's very hot. Yeah, I do this just to entertain you. Not because these are actually my interior thoughts and I'm trying to clue you in a not so subtle way. It's for you. Just text it back, say the sweater's not there, block the number. If the sweater ends up being there, just burn it. That's fine. Wanna know a secret? You don't really have my hoodie. I just kinda thought I felt a vibe between us. Dude, this is so weird. What the fuck are you even talking about? OP says there was no vibe, just friendly conversation and basic politeness. Does your girlfriend know you're texting me right now? Why you gotta bring her into this? Scandalous. OP says, oh, I haven't brought her into it, believe me, but I will. You lying to get my number and reaching out to me like this is completely inappropriate. Please, don't contact me again, and please, never go this to anyone else in the future. I hope I will is a promise and not just a threat, because, you know, dude's girlfriend does deserve to know, doesn't she?
Oh, I get it now. You just S-ducking bitch.
What?
Don't flatter yourself. Why would I want your ugly ass? My girlfriend's better than you in every way. You got no hips and no butt. You're looking like a 10-year-old boy, except for those massive titties.
My super stuffed up milkies. My hunger bonger doinky boinkies.
What the hell is going on right now?
That's the only reason any dude ever wants anything to faux with you. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. I'm from the streets. I learned that from Rocket Power. Remember when the squid totally beefed it?
Well, that and how ugly you are. I just assumed you'd jump at any opportunity to step out on your dorky vanilla man, and gross bitches like you can't get many chances for a high-value man like me. I was doing you a favor, ugly.
I don't know if I believe any of that. This is such a desperate act, friend. Why have you chosen to go this way? OP's not gonna take it lying down because she's a spicy Latina, remember? So, let me get all this straight. Your girlfriend clearly doesn't want to bang you, smart lady, so you decide to cheat on her, but you're unaware of how pathetically unfuckable you are. So, you know, not to waste your time trying it with attractive women. I can't even comprehend how much it must suck to find yourself forced to hit on ugly, desperate women and still get rejected. Just incinerated. Why on earth would you tell on yourself like that, bro? Holy shit. That is grim, my dude. He just says,
Shut the fuck up!
does it keep you awake at night? I love this. OP digging in with both claws and I'm living for it. Or, if you do fall asleep, does it haunt your dreams that even ugly women, even women that are built like little boys, find you too repulsive even for a text? It's too perfect. Like, are your dreams just you coming across a two-headed, scaly, toothless, chain-smoking octogenarian and be thinking like, damn, this be a sure thing, only for her to be like, no, sorry, I don't find you attractive, barfing emoji. This text message string is going to live in his head rent-free forever. And it brings me such joy.
For real! Shut the fuck up! I'm not even playing with you! Just block me already!
Yeah, please end it all. No, I'm not gonna do you that favor.
You stupid bitch! You can't even take a joke! Gotta take shots to places it doesn't need to go!
No, you. Wind it back. Figure out who violated the social contract first, and it's you. Like 3 or 4 times over before she finally unloads. And it was beautiful. Maybe it hurts, but it needs to sink deep into your soul. OP says, nah, I don't think I will block you. In fact, I will be sending this to person that gave you the number, and I am sorely tempted to send it to your girlfriend as well, but since I don't really know you or her, I'll let those that do make that decision. Feel free to keep humiliating yourself in my DMs, though. You have to forgive me if I no longer respond. Free entertainment is tough to come by these days. And then he says, end yourself! My goodness. That is a boatload of cope. But there seems to always be room for another loving spoonful. He's gonna need a lot more after suffering that literal verbal assault that was unleashed upon him by OP. Basically did nothing except call it exactly how it is, and just, he was decimated. There was nothing left. That's just too wonderful. I hope he learned something, but yeah, he didn't. Oh well, next post. Muscle man assaults woman at Thai gym for rejecting his advances after he trained her for free. Yeah, you think I did this out of the goodness of my heart? He's just roid raging. Is that what's happening? He's like, I gotta get ripped for this 8 out of 10 cutie pie at my gym. Make my next shot a double. I don't know if that's how steroids work, whatever. Footage of a woman being assaulted by an insanely muscular man was shared by Twitter page Red Skull. The incident took place on April 15th, a Monday in Thailand, where she was assaulted after allegedly rejecting his advances. They wrote, the messy story of a muscle man. The giant man was training the woman for free because he thought she had feelings for him, but in fact, she was just looking for a friend to help her train, so he got angry, grabbed the woman, and threw her onto her head. They're both Chinese, and the incident occurred at the Muscle Factory gym. Bro, that's pretty fucked up, honestly. Like, yeah, maybe she did string him along or something, but you can't just throw people across the room like this. That's not how we solve it. If you'd like to have a verbal joust, I'm more than open to that. But just you make me angry, I go punch? That's not how society was built, okay? Let's have an exchange of ideas, shall we? Anyway, the muscle man was standing closely behind her as they discussed something, and suddenly, in a fit of rage, the muscle man grabbed the woman from behind and threw her on the ground, resulting in her hitting her head against a door frame. Jesus. The muscle man then offered to pay the woman 20,000 baht, roughly $550, in compensation for his actions, but he has not made the payment. Yeah. Don't sue me, I'm totally gonna give you money, eventually. I gotta buy a little more creatine powder first. The woman has yet to be paid. Damn, the guy's name is Anthony Hu, and he is now looking for a new gym to train at. Also, please warn women about him, they added. Did this happen in China, or are they both like Chinese Americans? I never met a Chinese guy named Anthony, but what do I know? The fact that monetary compensation was enough to keep him out of jail, especially if he hasn't paid it yet, that's insane. Let's file some paperwork, shall we? Aggravated assault. It's in the bag. We have the footage. Did watch it. It's brutal. Can't show it on YouTube, though, so... you can look it up if you are that curious. It's a couple steps below, like a cartel beheading, but it made me wince physically. Like, ooh! It sucks, man. She apparently trusted him on some level, and yeah, that makes it cut a little deeper, doesn't it? To wipe away the memory of that terrible happening, here's some incoherent rambling.
Hey, you freaking women! We freaking give you a mile and you freaking take your freaking mind and turn it into right away. We are freaking you over. Huh?
It doesn't even make sense. What are you talking about?
Screw me and the nice guy. You're all con artist bloodsuckers.
Wait, stop, come back. I have this opinion that it applies to everybody, okay. Well, you don't really understand nuance, do you? Maybe you got played a couple times. I mean, it does happen. Only solution to that is to get better at the game. Here's something more text-based. I like these better. I just dumped a really sweet guy, and I'm heartbroken. 28 female. No, I made the right call, but he was a genuinely good man. Kind, funny, handsome, committed, intelligent, hardworking, helpful around the house, and more. I thought about giving us a second chance so many times, but I knew that I would just make it worse in the long run. Is this a LARP post written by some sort of incel to give everybody else the idea that they should just give up as well?
The dude provided everything, but I left him and it's my fault.
I guess we're not even into the post. Okay, I'll reserve judgment. Continuing on. We met on a dating app and there were some initial hurdles. We're different races, different religions. He's Hindu, I'm atheist, and his family is much more conservative than mine. Neither of us cared about these differences though, and we dated heavily for a month. By heavily, I mean, he told me he loved me on our third date. I met his family and there was talk of marriage. The romance was a whirlwind, and for a second there, I thought I finally found my man. Yeah, aren't you glad you came to your senses? That's the reason you think he's kind, funny, handsome, committed, all this other shit, because you've only known him for a month. That's not any sort of commitment, is it? Dated heavily for a month. Oh, okay, then that's really easy to walk away from, isn't it? OP says, but that's the problem with rushing into things. Sometimes you get so caught up in the excitement of a happy relationship that you fail to realize that you two aren't actually all that happy. Yeah, and this is a month in. This is about as good as it gets. OP says, we argued almost every time we hung out, usually about men versus women for some ungodly reason. How about men versus bears? Did you have that argument yet? I don't know what he thought he was going to accomplish by constantly telling me how easy women have it, but what he did accomplish was pissing me off. See, that's not a very nuanced view either. There are advantages and disadvantages to both sides. OP says, I actually did agree with him on some points, funnily enough. Like I said, we met on a dating app, and I know from talking to my guy friends that getting even a single match as a man is a Herculean feat. And if you do get a match, you'll generally text for a couple of days only to get ghosted. Women have it rough too, of course, what with the sausage selfies and threats and creeps, but I'd rather wade through a sea of rude men than get nothing but radio silence. And I tend to agree. OP says if he left it at that, maybe we could have worked it out, but he was relentless, almost obsessively so. On our first date, he told me, women only pursue the top 10% of men. To which I said, then why am I on this date with you right now? Damn, dude. Neither of us is top 10%. We're regular people looking for a regular relationship. He's trying to pull you into his delusion. If you agree that women only date the top 10%, that means it's in the top 10%. All of a sudden, only 10% of men ever get a relationship ever. He would also bring up the fact that women only date men who are over 6 feet tall. Yeah, I'm taller than him by several inches. Whenever he'd do this, I'd gesture between us and say, what about us? What about me? I'm right here disproving these facts about what women want. Then he'd tell me that I'm obviously an exception. Ladies, I'm not like other girls, apparently. I swear, sometimes it sounded like he wanted dating to be hopeless. He does. He doesn't want to believe that any of this is his fault. The reason he's unsuccessful in the dating market is a list of things that's really beyond his control. It's not what's inside that's driving people away, it's what's outside. And I can't change the outside. Might as well give up. I see where he's coming from because, yes, we see it on the channel every single day. Neckbeards, incels, nice guys, whatever, sort of the same mindset. So a few days ago, OP decides that she's gonna break up with this dude. I'm sure that's gonna go well. He left for a week-long work training today, and my original plan was to break up with him when he got back. We weren't gonna be able to see or contact each other for a while, and he was away and busy, so I figured after a week apart, it would be easier. You're insane. What? All this built-up lust and longing? Only for him to finally see his milady and her to be like, yeah, it's not working out. No, do it right before he leaves. Then he's got some time to recover away from everything. I'm pretty sure I have the right answer here, but you gotta choose what you choose, you know? I was gonna tell him that we're not quite right for each other, and it's really no one's fault. It's better that we figured it out now before we wasted months or years of our lives on a relationship that's close but just shy of perfect. Or worse, get married only to realize that it's not working. Yeah, but then he can insist that you go to therapy and try and patch things up. If you guys have a kid together, then that'll definitely fix it. I think OP's right getting out. Clearly you don't click. And even aside from that is the fact that both of you seem like way too emotionally immature. They're like, yeah, it's been 1 month. Let's sign a legal contract together. Cool, great idea, yeah. We could argue every day, it'll be perfect. OP says, well, all that went to shit when we were at dinner last night, and he again brought up how life is so much harder for men than women. And I admitted I fucking snapped. We started arguing as we drove back to my house, and by the time we got there, I just told him to leave. It was ugly. He cried, I cried, he begged me to let him stay and to just come cuddle with him and let all this blow over. I was tempted because he's really great in every other way, but as the person with more relationship experience, I knew what I had to do. I don't understand why that thing is so central to his personality. Like I said, it's not conducive to a nuanced view. Yes, sure, men have to go and die in wars sometimes, but sometimes women have to push out a bowling ball through their vagoo. One occurs way more often than the other, I'm just saying. You just got dealt different hands. So what? Each of you needs to try and understand where the other person's coming from. Anyway, OP says to him, one of the reasons why this sucks so much is because you and I are almost right for each other. If I were 5 years younger, I probably would have stuck it out with you. I've known people who stayed in so-so relationships for years because there were just enough good things to balance out the bad, but I'm a grown woman now, and I can tell when something isn't quite right. I mean, if you're looking for the quote-unquote perfect relationship, you're really never going to find it, but you make the call, I guess. OP also said something along the lines of, you keep saying I'm the exception to all these rules about women, but what happens when I stop being the exception? What happens when I do something you don't like and you decide that I'm exactly like all other women, actually? And of course, he argued with me, but when I asked him point blank if he thought I was wrong about us being, quote, close but not quite there, he admitted that he agreed, and then he packed up his stuff and left. Well, damn, that actually sounds kind of civil. Aside from, like, the ugly crying and stuff. Kind of surprises me, actually, over a 1-month relationship. How young are y'all? OP says, to make all this worse, I was his first everything. His first kiss, his first partner, his first real girlfriend, the first girl to meet his family and spend the night, which was a huge deal. All of that, and now I've broken his heart. He sent me a really sweet goodbye text saying that he's glad I was his first in so many ways, and that he wishes me well, and I feel like a monster. I can't help wondering if I did the right thing. You definitely did. You both have work to do on yourself. You could have just, like, hung out, vibed with each other for a couple of years, you know? But no, it had to be this very specific thing, and you had to put a title on it. And then, of course, he had to go off into the woods and start gender wars constantly within his own marriage. It's just crazy. What are you talking about? After 1 month of being together, I could never presume that you know each other. The real mask-off, grizzly, leaving smears in the toilet bowl type of look at each other. You know what I mean? Is this one of your bad habits? Well, yes, it is. You guys were both dating like an idealized version of each other that just doesn't exist. But I'm glad you got some real life experience out of it. I'm glad you didn't sign a lifelong legal contract. Because that would have been the biggest mistake. But yeah, sometimes we dodge bullets in life. Good on you. we both learned from it, I presume. Anyway, here's the next one. Your roll is too slow. Mine's too fast. I thought we could meet somewhere in the middle. I adore you, but you aren't honest. Nothing about you's believable. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. Trauma, maybe? You're nuts. Cool, yeah, we're just dropped into the middle of this. I don't know where the hell it's coming from, what it's supposed to mean, but considering where it's posted, I'm going to guess we're seeing a bit of projection here. I meant nuts, by the way. Someone offers you happiness, and you won't accept it? Who has the time for this kind of bullshit? I don't. I'm enamored by you. I do like you, but you're way too hung up on yourself. Very, very selfish. I just can't with selfish people. Yeah, because there's only room for one selfish person in a relationship. And if you're asking which one between me and wifey is the selfish one in our relationship, I'll tell you point blank that it's me, and you probably won't be surprised at all. It sucks for you. You'll never be happy. That's obvious to me. Good luck. Yeah, totally. Whatever. Bye. OP says, keep playing the victim. I don't even know why you'd reply, first of all. Let him have the last word. That's fine. I grant it to you. You'll find that doesn't get you far. Scroll back. Look at how many questions you asked of me, how much you know about me. I'm not the least bit insulted by your rant. You don't know me, therefore you can't insult me. If it makes you feel better, go ahead, because I've dealt with worse. None of which you've inquired about while you whine incessantly about your daily struggles. I wish you best, and as someone who can commiserate, I choose to rise above and celebrate. How many questions did you ask about me? Well, you're not really disproving the self-focused selfishness thing that was laid upon you, OP. But I do take your point, because this dude seems bitch-made. You don't double text. This dude's like, septuple texting. It's ridiculous. I say let him spin off into oblivion. I don't need to address any of that shit. Weird dude replies, "Damn it! I am so weak. I had no intentions to come crawling back to you and seek forgiveness, but my brain will not forget you. So, fuck, man. It's like a spell has been casted over me. I purposely deny myself happiness. Why do I do that?" I don't know. Go talk to your therapist about it. What the hell is this? Okay, you are not too busy for me. I bet you have responded to emails and texts today. That's my point. You're never going to be happy because you won't allow a man to love you. That sucks so badly for you. Grow old alone. That's obviously what you want. This is just like such an incoherent, unhinged tangent. There's nothing to really grab onto. We're just jumping from subject to subject and presuming that I can piece together any of it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If the options are you or growing old alone, hell yes, I'm growing old alone. Luckily, there's lots of fish in the sea. And a lot of those fish don't need to be on antipsychotics. Enjoy the fuck out of being alone. So dumb. I have just moved on. It's not that hard for me to attract women. Never has been. But you act like you're God's gift to this world. Way too much effort for me, lol. Good luck with that shit. I think him sitting there just screaming, "You will never be happy, you will never be happy," is like a self-fulfilling prophecy for himself. There's just some dark magic that he has casted. He said it against other people so many times that it has become fermented into his own reality. I'm glad OP didn't respond because, yeah, you're never going to win with this. Block it or set it to ignore or whatever. That's what I love is muting people. You don't know that I can't hear you and you just sit there screaming forever. Sometimes you can go check on it just for some funsies. Feels good, man. Like your own little freak show in your pocket. Anyway, this guy says, "Hey, hope you're well." OP says, "Thank you. Hope you are too." Well, I gotta say, wasn't thrilled at how you stopped talking to me and treated me. You went full 180 on me, but better in the long run. Just wanted you to know it sucked and I did nothing to deserve that from you. Yeah, sure, whatever. You didn't gotta say any of that. You chose to. And it makes you seem like a sad, petulant child. Just be cool. Go with the flow. Whatever, you don't want to talk no more? That's fine. OP says, "You're still hung up on this? I set a boundary with you, someone I just met. I don't have time to talk with you. I don't owe you my time, and we have no commitment to each other." Yeah, a little line in the sand. I'll get back to you when I can get back to you, if I feel like getting back to you. If I can't or choose not to, don't get all caught up in your fucking feelings about it. How's that fix anything? Move on. It's life. On to the next. Anyway, Weird Guy says, "Bravo for showing your age."
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, have a job and other things to do. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I'm dating someone else, but just talked about people we've dated/flirted with, and I was just like, she does this to me, she does it to everyone, so why not tell her so she's aware? I'm a good man. I don't need to be talked down to, especially by you. And you're right, you owe me nothing but respect as I gave it to you. Peace out, kid.
That's right, kid. I don't know if that insult really even sticks, because the kids that I know are more likely to cross boundaries than set them, but whatever makes you feel better, you know? Just keep your ego intact, that's what's most important. OP says, I don't think you know me well enough to know how I treat everyone. We've never dated, and ultimately, we hardly know each other. You should just focus on your new partner. I wish you the best. And also die in a fire. What? Who said that? Not me. There is no new partner, okay? He's still looking for online women to while away the hours with. Strung along by the prospect of romance, only he's way too weird and creepy to ever attain it. And like, yeah, vengeful, just hate-filled. Weird and creepy you can almost kind of work past. But hate-filled is a real problem. Here's a post from Facebook or something. The struggle of being so into a girl who's so lost about the direction of her life currently, she's not even concerned about relationships at the moment, is real. I'm being as supportive as possible and trying to be as helpful as she needs me to be, but at the same time, it also sucks. Yes, being supportive, obviously with no sort of expectation. I don't expect any sort of reward or compensation for the time that I've invested here. Oh, really? You didn't? Because you kind of implied something else. You can see right through this, right? Nobody liked your post. Delete it. Get off Facebook. Shut up forever.
Nobody even wants you here.
There's my advice. Bye-bye. This guy says, hey, you. Hey, how you doing, X? Having a good night, X? Oh my God, catch a clue. Did I do something wrong? OP says, not really. I just want to meet people for longer than 2 minutes. Sorry. He says, yeah, I know, I'm the same. I was just always busy with work when we met. That's my only thing. I have my own house now, etc., so we could actually hang, etc. X. Yeah, that sounds awesome. How about you go hang dong all by yourself? You know, maybe buy a cantaloupe. Fill it up with champagne. Fill it up with foul soup. Take a little sip. I don't know what I'm actually saying, but it'll keep you entertained. OP doesn't say that. She says, I know. I have my own house, too. I just don't see the point of meeting to be unsatisfied. I'll satisfy you. Don't worry. I ain't gonna let you down again, X. A little bit of the old erectile dysfunction, huh? Got a little caught up in your own head and stuff like that. Don't worry, son. Happens to the best of us. But if that's the case, you move on with your dignity intact. Never bring it up again, and probably she won't either. Crawling back on all fours with your dick between your legs, that's just... that's undignified. Come on. How about I come see you right now, and if I can't please you, you block me for good, and never speak or see again, X. Guess button. Not. Ugh. Fucking simp energy is off the charts with this. What are you talking about? You disgust me. You sad, pathetic excuse for a man. Don't worry, I can say that. He only gets a boner when he hears that said in a woman's voice. OP says, no, I shouldn't have to ask for a modicum of pleasure or to feel like it's not worth your time. Oh, it wasn't ED. He's just a two-pump chump, huh? Little bit of a pre-ejaculator, huh? I mean, that happens too sometimes, I guess. For some reason, he's really trying to wind this one back around. He says, yeah, you shouldn't have to, so let me give it to you. But I suppose you like being treated like crap from other guys instead of someone genuine. Oh yeah, smooth move. That was the best line you could have said to get back into her good graces.
You're just ruining it. Look at my lips, you're ruining it.
She says, oh my gosh, this isn't an opportunity for you to be a nice guy. You're just selfish in bed, and I called you out. But yeah, good luck to you. This is what happens, hookup culture L's. He says, you're the first person to say I'm selfish in bed. Maybe you need a review on that. Yeah, thanks but no thanks, Chief. Call me out all you like, but it doesn't hurt me, 'cause I know my magic just didn't have it with you those times. Nerves, everything. Yeah, his mojo wasn't working, baby. And if that's the case, head up, move on. There is no redemption arc, okay? It wasn't good the first time. I don't think it's gonna improve from there. She says, okay, maybe it's because everyone else knew you would get bitter about it and lash out.
The hell? You don't know me, bitch. Ha ha ha.
The ha-ha is really believable at the end. I'm having a good time here. I mean, you must be on some level. That's why you keep doing it to yourself. Is it like a degradation thing? I think it is. At not even a single point did he consider like, gee, maybe she's right and I shouldn't be such a selfish lover. How could I get mine before she gets hers? OP doesn't even seem all that disappointed about it. You just swipe into another dick from the grab bag. But this dude, yes, he got a poor review and it shattered his whole world. If you were really interested in success, you'd take this on board for next time, but it won't.
Hurts the ego too much, you know?
Anyway, next post.
OP! It's me, I just want to sort things out. I don't want any issues. I know I was immature as fuck at the party, and I'm sorry.
What happened at the party?
It was your party, and I understand now sometimes things don't process for me in the moment. I think we should talk and get rid of these hard feelings that we still clearly have for each other. I just want things to be at least neutral. I want to see the new movie that we've been talking about. Nothing. So it's clear you don't want to try, I guess.
Yeah, so stop. It's over. Just because it happened at a party doesn't give you an excuse. It's a thing that's happened. We can't both agree to ignore it because other people also saw it. I do want to know what happened for real, though.
Hello? Can you say something? Do you even care? You're fucked up for not saying anything, man. I'm just trying to fix things and you're simply showing that you don't care.
Yeah, I don't owe you my caring. There's no investment here.
Friend feels stuck in the middle, and she doesn't know what to do. You're putting her in an uncomfortable spot by not responding when I'm trying to fix things, OP.
You know, you're just dragging other people into it.
Silence is only going to cause more problems in the long run. I give up fast. I have little patience.
Well, that's good news. Then I feel like I can weather the storm. Sure, send more things. It's fine.
I know you're active. You can open my messages. Don't be shy. Nice job. Digging your grave deeper.
Is that a threat?
Hey, buddy. You don't need a restraining order. I don't want to talk to you anyway.
I love this. No response. Just let him spin his wheels. It's perfect. It's the post that I've longed for ever since I start reading Nice Guys. Radio silence. Just watch him boil.
You don't need to restrain me from something I don't want anything to do with, lol. You sure did a good job giving me this chance, because Fred can really see how genuine you are with your fake-ass lies, saying how you want to hang out with both of us at some point, when really you don't even give a fuck. Nice job burning more bridges. You tend to be good at that.
I mean, you were the one that started this whole conversation by apologizing for acting up at the party. So when the question of who actually burnt this bridge comes about, yeah, I'm more liable to say this dude, probably, that felt he had to open the conversation by saying, hey, look, I'm sorry. I know I said some weird shit. Ridiculous. I'm so glad OP didn't reply, though. For real, it's the best move you can make. I don't have the mental energy to spend on whatever the hell you just said. Bye. In this one, OP says, if we hang out, it has to be in a more neutral place. He says, we can hang out when I don't have my son. I could come to your place, or we can go out. Maybe we could go out and see how it feels in a neutral place. Yeah, and also, you don't want this fucking guy knowing where you live.
Oh, for sure. To be honest, I'm just looking for friends with benefits. I got too much going for me and going on to commit.
Yeah, I'm a big important man. I take big important poops. What do you want? Well, your profile says you're looking for something long-term. I'm not looking for something extremely serious because I don't know what my life will bring, but I'm not going to play with a person and be played. He's lying. He's not looking for friends with benefit. He's looking for whatever he can get, honestly. That's just more of the vibe that you're giving him, I guess. Of course, he's probably misreading that vibe completely. The actual vibe is, get me the fuck out of here.
Dude says, I mean, I want a serious relationship and to end up in a marriage and live happily ever after, but you aren't sure. And to me, if you aren't sure, well, that just insinuates that you want a friend with benefits.
See? He's revising his whole shit based on what you do. He doesn't know what he wants. He's just looking for a crumb of punane.
So, am I supposed to go out and take you out and spend my time and money taking you out for a chance that you might want some temporarily?
You make it sound like your time and money is such a valuable resource that you're giving in exchange for nothing, when my time and money is also very valuable. Oh yes, look at both of us. We're both very valuable people. Well, it seems like both of you value yourselves more than the other person, which is fine, which is natural. But that also means that we shouldn't continue with this relationship, right? OP says, I know for sure that I won't promise anything long-term to a person that I don't know yet. I can get to know a person, but I can't offer more than that.
Well, I also think you're a beautiful and positive person, and that I enjoyed your injury, and I hate that you got to see me at my worst because I'm in a lot of pain, and I'm very tired because I've had my hands full. I'm actually a really genuinely humble and sweet person with a lot of interesting experiences and stories, and my world is bigger than most people I've encountered here.
Yes, I'm so much better than them. Won't you accompany me because I said so?
I'd like to meet you for dinner one night and sit and talk and try again. Girls haven't been very nice recently.
Yeah, wonder why that is. Is this the problem with all of them and not with you at all?
Uh-huh. It's hard to decipher their intentions, so I have a guard up. I apologize if I categorized you into that. Thank you so much for making the long drive after work. I apologize I did not get the time to put more into dinner and my child was being difficult. I truly do apologize for the awkwardness. I felt ashamed and embarrassed. Company, not injury.
Did you serve her leftover macaroni? Fed the kid some antihistamine to pass out, but instead he took a little too much and tried to stay awake and he started telling your girlfriend all about the Hat Man? He saw the Shadow Hat Man! OP just says, yeah, let's see if we can work out something. I'm about to go to bed. Good night. Damn, that's the brush off, bro. It's time to start reconfiguring your game plan. I think this one's already a lost cause.
But he ain't given up quite yet. I don't know. After thinking about it overnight, let's not talk again. Take care.
Hey, there you go. Mutual parting of the ways. Beautiful. That's the whole post, right? Oh no, it goes on? Oops.
You weren't as pretty as your pictures to be aged, lol.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
Wow, dude.
Gotta get that last shot in before
He's on the way.
you used MySpace ankles. Your butt's too big, your boob's too small.
Just like anything he could do to give one last poke. Because he didn't even get to give her one first poke. Because, yeah, he thought it was a good idea to date while his son was there. A first date, and you're introducing her to your kids? Fuck is wrong with you, dude? That is despicable. You need to do some deep and serious soul searching before you expose your child or even yourself to anybody out there in the dating pool. What a disaster. But I did enjoy it.
Tell your friend that I'm a really nice guy and that it's her loss. I'm gonna be rich and successful and powerful. And I'm better than any other guy she'll ever date or hook up with.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Nice Guy locks me in his taxi cab by Smirky Bookie. Well, already this isn't sounding like a good thing. When did taxi cabs become more unsafe than an Uber? For context, I live on a small island in the Caribbean, and I travel to the city for things that the island doesn't supply. Medication, school equipment, etc. I finished up my shopping. I didn't really have any big bags, only my backpack where I kept most of the things that I bought. And I hailed a cab. I asked to be driven to the ferry terminal so I could catch the boat ride home, and he complied. Cue the awkward conversation. Nice guy.
Do you live around here?
I'd appreciate it if you don't talk. Just drive, please. But Ophi says, no, I live on the islands. I'm trying to catch the next boat. Nice guy.
Oh, so you're an islander, babe.
Ugh. I kinda awkwardly chuckled, hoping the conversation would just end there. He ranted about how
City girls are loud and obnoxious, and
I just sort of cringed along the way. I don't know if it's the best thing to ask him to stop talking. Maybe grinning and bearing it is the play to make, but I don't know. He seems to be taking it as encouragement. He asked me personal questions like what my name was, and I gave him my nickname. He asked if I had a partner. At the time, no, and if I was looking to date anyone. Again, not really, as I was a student and 16 years old. I just rolled along with the conversation. You're essentially a hostage is what's happening right now. I would bring this whole thing to a dead stop, but I'm not a 16-year-old girl. This is why you should always carry around the pepper spray, little taser, you know?
Woman, you're way too close!
Is it illegal? Doesn't matter, just do it. It's for your own safety. He continued to brag about how
he would never let his girlfriend go to the dangerous city alone like I was.
He bragged about
how good of a man he'd be to his girlfriend.
Yeah, subtle. I gave him the benefit of the doubt that he was just trying to spark a conversation, and then this happened. Benefit of the doubt's out the window a long time ago. At this point, we're looking for survival. This is not going in a good direction. We slowed down a little before reaching the entrance to the terminal. He turned to look at me and asked for my Facebook and phone number. I told him I don't give those things out, and I asked how much I owed him for the ride. I went to open the door, and that's when he locked me in the cab. Keep in mind, I was a minor and in the main city, so I was scared shitless. The conversation went something like this. Nice guy.
Don't be like that, babe. Maybe we can meet up again when you come out here. I'd treat you real good, and it'll be $8.
OP said, I guess? Maybe? I really didn't want to say anything that would upset him, as I was currently locked in his vehicle. Kick the fucking window out, get his, whatever, identification number, report him to his superior. But I guess I can kind of also understand being frozen with fear. I quickly gave him the amount he asked for, and I tried to pull up the lock thing on the side of the door, only for it to be locked again. Nice guy.
Don't want you leaving too quick, love. So what's your name on Facebook? And your number?
He pulled out his phone, and I quickly said I didn't have a Facebook account because my mom didn't let me. I do, but I didn't really want to tell him all that. He gave me his phone, and I placed a random phone number into his contacts. Before he had the chance to check if it was mine, like calling me, for example, I pulled up the car lock and ran into the terminal. I was in such a rush, I left my water bottle in the taxi. TLDR, nice guy locked me in his taxi car because I didn't give him my phone number and Facebook account. Also, this is my first Reddit post, and not a bad Reddit post it is. What a horrifying situation. I think the water bottle is a small price to pay. Whoever that random phone number belongs to probably got some very angry messages. But there was some good, quick thinking displayed here. You didn't make him angry, rock the boat, all this and that. You just looked for your moment of escape and you grasped it. And that's important. The world is a terrifying place, in summation. Keep your head on a swivel. And also report that guy, what the hell? Maybe we'll get a bit of justice in our next story, which is titled, Biker Dad Schools Nice Guy. I like where this is going. He's all cranked up on crystal, beats him to death with a ReddX Industries brand lead pipe. Delicious. Delicious. Not sure if this belongs here, but buckle up, Reddit and or r/viewers. That's a really weird way to spell ReddX, but you're good. You're in for a fun time with this one. So, there's me, 23 female, and my married coworker, 29 male. I'd been at my job for a few weeks when we got a new assistant manager. Admittedly, he's cute, and we got along great. And I do have to admit, I was contemplating flirting and asking him out until I found out that he was married and had 2 kids. Fair enough. He was a pretty cool guy in a tiny town, so yeah, of course he was taken. No problem. We could just be work friends, right? I prefer work acquaintances, but yeah, I think that's okay. P says, apparently not. A couple weeks into working with him, he starts telling me stuff about his personal life, claiming that
he was in an abusive relationship.
Okay, weird to bring that up to me, but yeah, okay. Next time I saw him, I brought a few tools to help him get out. I thought that would be the end of it, right? Well, apparently not. No, you've only started to be sucked into his delusion. We can go down this rabbit hole so much deeper. Join me, won't you? Over the next several weeks, he keeps coming to me as a confidant, even though I made it clear I wasn't comfortable with that. He even tried to reach out to me through social media, even though I told him not to, so I blocked him. Yeah, you're holding a nice firm boundary here, but he just doesn't seem to be getting it. No more tools, no more help, it's time for just cold shoulder. And if that fails, a little meeting with HR. But eventually this entire situation reared its ugly head when he decided to ask me out. He had not left his wife, and even if he did, well, he needs to heal from the supposed maltreatment first, so I told him no. And he kept trying to apologize for making me uncomfortable, so I told him to just drop it. Oh my god. Like, I guess you thought he was cute on the first meeting and stuff, but he's not as cool as you think he is. He's neurotic as shit. When we hire somebody, we're not hiring our best. We're hiring schizophrenics and maltreaters, and some of them, I assume, are good people. But some of them have lots of problems. So drop it he did, for at least a little bit. He continued to complain about his home life. Oh well, I got a new job anyways, so I'd be leaving in just a couple of weeks. Yet, however, he thought me leaving was about him, and told me that he would leave if I wanted to stay. I told him it wasn't about him, and again, to just drop it. I mean, it was partially about him, but you don't admit that. Maybe it really is just the pay. Maybe leaving him behind is just a handy bonus. He continued on with his usual thing. Oh well, I just half listened to him at this point. And then, his last-ditch attempt before I left happened. Oh, he's gonna stand outside your window with an 80s boombox and a bouquet of roses.
Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see.
I seen it before. The last night I was working there, he told me he was divorcing his wife. Okay, I shrug it off. It's not like I was going to date him if he left her anyways. The night went along okay, and she came by with his dinner in the middle of our shift. Weird, but alright, whatever. I would have brought up the divorce thing with her. Tiny little horns would have sprouted out of my head, and I would have said, let's see how true this thing is. Oh, it looks like a lovely lasagna. You're still making him lasagna, despite the fact that he plans to divorce you shortly? She was in and out, though. As soon as she was out the door, he came running to me and let out his biggest lie yet. He claimed that his wife told him that she wanted me dead. Of course, that scared the crap out of me. The wife probably doesn't even know who you are. He's hatching some, deranged scheme or something in his own brain. Now, throughout this whole thing, I've been keeping my parents informed because they are who I relied on to know what to do during this whole thing. They were definitely my guiding light, and as soon as these lies poured out that day, I relayed it via text to my folks. Dude, I love parents that are on point. Some might see it as meddling. I see it as keeping your kids safe. Especially if they feel comfortable enough to, open up to you about these things. They're probably not going to do it between, 15 to 19. But by the time they hit 23, yeah, you learn parents can actually be your friends sometimes, too. Anyway, that night, my dad came to get me after we did the closing duties. Of course, my dad comes roaring in on his motorcycle and waits for us to be done. Based biker dad, love it. At this point, my coworker was already scared, so scared that he skipped paperwork in order to hurry up and leave. He knew what was coming. When we finally came outside to lock the doors behind us, my dad, in full biker leathers, came around to my coworker's wife's car, and the wife followed my dad around. Coworker tried to avoid making eye contact with my dad. He was shrinking in fear. Fragile little mouse. My dad had a man-to-man talk with the guy. He didn't want to hurt him, just, scared the crap out of him. He might have even wet his pants a little bit. Meanwhile, the wife was apologizing to me about her husband's behavior. She genuinely felt bad about her husband. It was a huge relief to know that she didn't blame me, although I do feel bad for her. And well, you should. That is not a situation that probably she wants to be in. But you got a couple kids, you feel caged in? Sometimes, however, divorce is worth the trouble. I don't advocate it often, but with this guy like trying to step out and everything, yeah, I think it's safe to say this one's dead as a doornail. Time to move on. Anyway, after my dad and I were done talking to the two, the wife started screaming at her husband and told him to walk home. Dad and I hopped onto the motorcycle and rode home with the two of them still screaming at each other. Something tells me that that's not an uncommon occurrence in their relationship. They got a lot of things to work through, but I'm glad it ain't your problem no more, OP. Like, Dad, come get me, make sure I get home safe, and it was done. I'm surprised he didn't ask, like, where you were working next and blah, blah, blah. Because it could have gone on for a long time, but, yeah, Biker Dad does know how to handle business, it seems like. So good for him, good for you. I hope that coworker's wife leaves him quick, fast, in a hurry. Let's move into our next story. According to this guy, not smiling at a guy makes you look like you think that he's a monster who will commit crimes of a sexual nature. What an insane way to even think. I think I know what you're thinking about me. How about people just have their own shit going on? Probably nobody even noticed you, okay? So about 2 months ago, I was walking down the street, listening to my music loud with my headphones on a pretty nice day. At this point, I was by this supermarket and its parking lot full of people either getting in or getting out. I felt like someone was behind me, so I looked back. A man in his 40s was there, which didn't make me feel threatened as there was so much space between us and so many people around. I continued my walk with no interference until 5 seconds later, the man ran to catch up with me and stood in front of me. He started aggressively shouting at me and I removed my headphones. Oh, a man aggressively shouting. I'd better see what this is about. Flip of the bird and walk away. I don't give a shit what you got to say. Carry on. His speech went something like, I smiled at you. Why didn't you smile back? Are you a bitch? This is why nice guys are single. Because females believe that all men are grapers. Obviously, he called me a whore at some point. Also, I'm 21. Yeah, half his age. But I'm sure he was just being a nice guy, screaming at you in a parking lot. What is this?
What the fuck's your problem?
I looked at the parking lot, and a big chunk of people in there had stopped what they were doing to watch. Oh yeah, don't intervene or anything, just keep fucking watching. Pull out your phone, why not? Go live on TikTok while I'm berated by a complete stranger, that's so helpful. One couple standing in the corner in particular seemed worried, and the man in it left his girlfriend and started walking towards us. There he is! Giga Chad's coming, don't worry! He looked like he could throw some punches if he had to. Well, the nice guy saw him, sighed, and walked off. I thanked the man who came to check if I was okay. His girlfriend followed, and I kept on walking down the street afterwards. And again, I'm glad it didn't escalate. You don't have to smile. I probably didn't even notice you smiling at me. And if you were smiling, it's not because you're a nice person, it's because you have ulterior motives. And everybody knows that. What a psychopath. Just an absolute maniac. Loading up his groceries and then having a freak out when some random chick doesn't smile back at him. Just a complete lack of self-awareness. I wish he would have got punched a couple times, you know? Probably would have jiggled something around and set his wires straight. Oh well, there's always next time, and there will be a next time. Although I'm glad it wasn't a next time with you, because yeah, he could have kept following you or done some weird stuff, but nope. Tail between his legs, he ran on home, probably to his wife and kids who don't know that he's out harassing women half his age while he goes and picks up milk or whatever. Jesus. What a mess! But still, we keep it moving. This story is called Doesn't Say a Single Word to Me, Expects Me to Go Home with Him.
What is wrong with you people?
Is this name Elliot Roger? Can I? So definitely not the most extreme story here. And it happened a few months ago, but every time I think about it, I'm just floored at the audacity of some dudes. As an adult in college does, I go to bars with my friends. One night, I met a friend of mine out and one of her guy friends who I had never met. When I get there, she introduces me to the guy, and I see behind him is another guy just kinda watching. Neither of them introduced me to this guy, and he didn't introduce himself, so I assumed he wasn't with them. For the sake of the story, I'll call him Watcher. It's so creepy, dude. Why you gotta be the third wheel, fourth wheel, whatever it is? There's too many wheels with you here. But okay, let's watch the Watcher do some creepy things. The bar we were in had 2 floors, with the upstairs being for dancing. As I'm following my friend up the stairs, I noticed that Watcher had begun to follow us. I asked my friend, and apparently Watcher was friends, or at least familiar with the other guy, so I shrugged it off and went to dance. I mean, what else can you do, I guess? Tell the guy your friend's gotta leave because he's creeping me out? I mean, you could do that. The whole time I'm dancing, Watcher is standing slightly behind me and off to the side, enough to where he could look at my butt, but pretend like he's not when I turn around to look at him. He didn't try to touch me or approach me in any way beside that. He didn't even try to speak to me, so I just kept doing my thing. At some point, my friend and I go downstairs to get some more drinks, and she informs me that Watcher told the other guy to tell my friend to tell me that I was cute. What is this, like 5th grade? Grow a dick, tell me yourself. OP says exactly that. I tell her that if he wants to talk to me, he should do it himself. I know it sounds mean, but we're all adults. We're not in middle school. No, I'm 100% with you. Bang on point. Not even mean. Just truthful. Here's a reality check, you little creep. After a little while longer upstairs, the other guy says he has to go, but Watcher doesn't follow. He continues to just hover behind me. Starting to feel uncomfortable at this point, my friend and I go down to the street to grab some of our other guy friends from a different bar and bring them back with us to the first bar, hoping that Watcher would leave because I was gone, and then we could have fun at the bar that we wanted to be in without being bothered. I mean, part of me says pack it in, just go home, but I'm kind of partial to that anyway. I like that OP is not letting this weirdo ruin her night. It's a battle of attrition! Now, back in the first bar with my new group, I'm waiting for a drink and talking to my friend about my crush, and we're just having fun gossiping when suddenly she says, "Hey, let's go upstairs," and drags me and the boys with her upstairs. Apparently, she had seen Watcher eavesdropping behind me, and I didn't see him until we were upstairs dancing, and I caught him doing the same thing he did earlier after following us up. This is so weird. At some point, can we address it? Tell one of the dudes to make him leave. I'm sure they'd be happy to. He doesn't present much of a threat. After a little while of him following us as we moved to different parts of the dance floor, just staring and not saying a word, we all moved back downstairs and decided that we should probably get going. So I slipped into the bathroom before we left. When I came back, my whole group looks a little stunned, and I asked what I missed. Apparently, once I was out of earshot, Watcher blew up and started yelling at my friend and said, "Tell your friend that I'm a really nice guy and that it's her loss. I'm gonna be rich and successful and powerful, and I'm better than any other guy she'll ever date or hook up with."
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Like, you could have been cool, you know, had a drink, chilled out, started a conversation, but instead you just stood there, silently, seething and boiling the entire night. And it all led up to this, because of your own mental struggles. Watcher, you need to get yourself under control, son. Now you've just shown your whole ass to a bunch of people who might know you tangentially. And if that's the case, they probably don't want to know you anymore. And then Watcher stormed out. My friends walked me to my bus stop and waited to make sure that I got on safely and that he wasn't, like, hanging around to catch me alone, and I haven't seen him since. Well, at least he had the brains to get the fuck out of Dodge, honestly. But yeah, I'm glad your friends were there to make sure you got on your bus and stuff, because again, this could have ended horribly. What a freak! TLDR, a guy follows me around a bar all night without making any attempts to speak to me. at all, not a single word. He then pulls a nice guy 180 and yells at my friends to tell me how he's such a nice guy and better than anyone else I'll ever be with. I don't even know his name because he didn't even bother to speak a single word to me. This is like some level of delusion, you know? He really had some big ideas in his head, but he couldn't manifest them into reality. I guess he's just trying to, focus his mental energy on OP through her ass. He's like, come over and talk to me. Booty, tell the brain she needs to come over here and talk to me. She never did. Nobody ever will. You're a sad, strange little man, and I'm glad you're gone forever. Although it's kind of scary to think about what he might do in the future, I guess. Can't hang on that too much. We just gotta move on to the next. Looks like this one's about nice gays. Nice guy wants me to change my gender because real girls don't like him. Oh, man. Well, at least he is accepting himself. He's coming into his own. It's been a long, hard, very hard, rocky road. OP says, you know that body type that always seems to attract nice guys? The small, short, cute-looking girls. Beard bait. Well, okay, imagine that, but a gay guy. That's our OP. 5'2", generally twinkish nerd. I have a feminine look about me, and that attracts a certain type of guy. Particularly guys who are questioning their sexuality. They feel more comfortable with someone like me, and I'm fine with that. I've been many a man's first homo experience. Weird flex, but okay. So I wasn't surprised when the subject of our story, who I will just call Guy, started showing interest in me. Yeah, dude, whatever. It's just like same day, different dong, you know? Every Saturday, I go hang out at a friend's house and play board games with his other friends, usually from his college. People drift in and out, but we have a pretty solid core. About a year ago, I had the pleasure of meeting Guy, who came to the meetup to play Magic the Gathering with some of the other guys. What color deck does he play? Because that can tell me a lot about a person. Ramtide likes red and green. I like blue and white. Of course I play blue. It's the most annoying thing in the world. Why wouldn't I play blue? OP says, Magic the Gathering wasn't really my thing. I was more into sorcery, the conglomeration. So I didn't pay attention, and I focused instead on the many 3-hour strategic board games about agriculture that I was playing. Yeah, riveting. I know. You like what you like, man. It's fine. After a bit, Guy drifts over to watch the last couple rounds of my game. We start talking, he helps me clean up the game when we're done, and I'm honestly having a nice time. He was cute, and when he asked to hang out one-on-one later that week, I was excited. Whenever I flirt with a guy who's obviously new to the whole gay business, I'm always very careful to make sure that I don't make them feel uncomfortable or pressured, but at the same time, let them know that I'm interested. I've sort of experienced this firsthand. Yeah, gay dudes are really good at the social game. So yeah, the encounter could have been entirely platonic, and that is kinda what it seemed like at first. I go to his house. We have a nice conversation. Then he asks if I want to watch a movie. I'm in. I'm wondering if this is a Netflix and chill situation. After a bit into the movie, he does that yawn and put an arm around the shoulder thing. And it's so cheesy that I just laugh out loud.
I just thought of the greatest move ever. Yeah.
That is really funny, though. He's like, I saw this in an 80s comedy. It's totally gonna work. Stop. He looks embarrassed and starts to move his arm, but I tell him it's fine. I liked his arm there. And then we started the full-on cuddle, and yeah, it's pretty nice. After the movie ends, we stay cuddling and talk for a bit, and this is where things go downhill real fast. We're talking about the Clone Wars animated TV show, and he says, yeah, I really enjoyed those episodes. Anyway, I heard you like being choked. That's the smoothest like butter. One topic to the next. This conversation flows so naturally. OP says I am taken aback, so I just answer honestly. Yeah. How did you... Do you want me to choke you? It's a Lenny from a Mice and Men situation if I've ever seen it. You want to put your life into his hands? His monstrous ham hands? OP says, I mean, I like it, you know, during intimacy or foreplay or whatever. Oh. Then he goes back to talking about the Clone Wars. And I'm still just processing what happened. I asked him where he heard that, and he said he heard someone make a joke or something that referenced me being into that kind of stuff. That's not unusual. Joking about intimate stuff isn't uncommon in the people I hang out with. Yeah, different strokes. It's your friend group. I joke about it online in the privacy of my own bedroom. Don't necessarily drag it out into public, unless it's for one of them shock laughs, but that's rarely worth it anyways. So OP then asks Guy if he brought it up because he wanted to try some stuff like that with OP. And Guy asked if I'd like to do stuff with him, and I said I find him attractive, and at this point, I'm just thinking, oh, I'm totally gonna gobble this guy's goo when he says, I'm a virgin, actually.
NANI?
Gasp! I tell him that's fine, and he can take it as slow as he wants, and not to be embarrassed or worried about being bad. I'm cuddling with him, thinking that this is a cute moment. Some might call it cute. I'm a bit uncomfortable that you're about to deflower the young lad, but it does seem all nice and respectful and consensual, so I have no objection. Carry on! OP continues. Then Guy asks me straight up if I would theoretically give him a bit of a mouth action. I say yes, and ask if he would give one to me. Usually, if the guy doesn't have experience with other guys, he might be nervous about that kind of stuff, but almost all the guys I've been with were willing and excited to give it a try. He makes a noise that doesn't sound positive, and says, God no, why would I do that? Hey, he's not gay. This is just the glory hole without the glory or the hole part. That's hilarious. In that moment, I decided I was definitely not going to even look at his junk. I get that I'm kind of femmy, but I want guys to be attracted to me as a guy, not some girl alternative like Diet Girl or Girl Light. I ask him if he's attracted to men. He says, no, and I remind him that I'm a guy. He says, well, not really. Zoinks.
I'm gay.
Yeah, this is going off the deep end real fast, isn't it? Let's ramp it up a little further, why not? He starts to talk about how he likes girls, but they won't even give him the time of day. Why do you think that is? He ranted about how mistreated he is by women and how it makes him so mad. He said that women didn't even deserve him, that he was so above them and they couldn't see the merits in a nice guy like him. Wow, dude. Just that morbidly fascinating combination of narcissism mixed with insecurity. He also said that he wanted to lose his V-card so bad he almost hired a courtesan. Then he looks at me and says, but you're almost as good as a real girl. Oh, dude. Wow. Definitely outside my frame of reference, but still, I would feel offended as shit. This date is over now. Never talk to me about Star Wars again. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say for a bit. Then I asked him why he said real girl instead of just girl. What am I, a fake girl? He said that I'm pretty much a girl, and that since I'm into nerdy stuff, unlike those other girls, that he actually has a chance with me. He literally just said, you're not like other girls, to a guy. He sabotaged this entire situation, burnt it to the ground, and the truth is he's probably not even going to understand why this went so poorly. He then asks if I've ever worn wigs. I tentatively tell him, Yeah, which I regret. He starts saying things like, how much you'd like to see me in a dress, how I look so pretty, who would like to dress me up, etc. And I am super, super uncomfy. Well, you're not alone on that, OP. This is a different side of life. I've never experimented with any of those things, nor have I felt inclined to. OP says, I've done cross-dressing, gender-bending stuff before, but the appeal was always, I'm a boy in a skirt, not, I'm a girl. I start to move away from him, since this whole time we were still cuddling, and he just kind of pulls me back. Okay, great. Fantastic. See, this is why you want somebody smaller than himself. I might be a man-child, but I can control this situation physically! It's a really weird thing. Screw all those other bitches, he says. I could turn you into the best girl there is. We could get you some estrogen to take. Oh, God, dude. It's really going off the rails, isn't it? Nope. I break away from his arms and stand up before he can finish that awful statement. I tell him firmly that I'm a guy. I like being a guy, I'll always be a guy. And if he wants a girl, then he's looking in the wrong place. His tone changes, and he starts to beg me to stay, saying that I could still be a guy, but I just look like a girl. Yeah, he really isn't getting it. I walk over and pick up my bag and leave his place. Yep, not even the faintest clue, just like I expected. Oh well, at least he got out of there safe once again. I don't hear from him, and when the next game day get-together thing happens, he doesn't show up at all. He was a friend of a friend of a friend, and the people there that day didn't really know him, so they couldn't tell me what he was up to. I tell them about our encounter, and they talk about how during the game of Magic they were playing that first day, he said a couple of sexist things that caught them off guard. I wish I had heard them before I hung out with him. Haven't heard from him since, and yeah, don't want to. Yeah, that's definitely a blessing. The trash taking itself out, essentially. You don't have to make it awkward. It's just, we didn't communicate properly, I guess. You had one idea of what you wanted me to be, and that's not the thing that I am. Maybe you could meet somewhere in the middle with a bit more communication, but yeah, if one side is just completely not hearing the other one, then it's probably best to back out, respectfully. At least you guys both know a bit more of what you want now, right? I wish Guy all the luck in the world with his new chaser lifestyle. How about this one? I finally understand by Senor Bino's wifey. Muy bueno. So, I admittedly did not understand the whole nice guy hate. For the longest time, I've always thought of my husband as a nice guy. Always there for everyone. Would give you the shirt off his back and expect nothing in return. Loves me to pieces, and it was a nice change after only dating bad guys in my past. However, after an experience I went through / am going through, I understand what women mean now. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a secure relationship and most of your interaction is with your partner, then you probably have a more positive perception of the opposite gender at large, because your partner is the representative for that gender. Although OP does say she's dated some bad boys in the past, so I don't know. There's a TLDR here. I became friends with a nice guy at work, and when he realized I was not going to leave my husband for him or sleep with him, he completely destroyed my reputation at work. God. About a year or so, I met this guy at work. We'll call him N. I recently was just moved to his department, and he was showing me the ropes. We clicked pretty easy, and it wasn't long before I was considering him one of my best friends. He's 10 years younger than me, and he knew I had 2 kids and was happily married because I talked about my husband all the time. Yeah, but that doesn't matter in his head fantasies, you see. Went from showing her the ropes at work to showing her the pearly ropes. You know what I mean?
We all know what's going on here. The kids don't know, but we do.
He would talk to me about past relationships, and I talked to him about my past relationships and everything I learned from these experiences. I am admittedly a hopeless romantic. I believe that everyone has a soulmate, and I believe that I found mine.
N said he believed in soulmates as well. Uh-huh. He told me he was hoping to meet his, but he's just not having any luck. He actually talked to me about one girl that he claims completely broke his heart. Swears she led him on for a year. At the time, I felt bad for him. Looking back now, I wonder if this girl actually had led him on, or if he just couldn't take a no. I think we all know the answer. OP's gonna find out firsthand. She actually used to work where I work before I came there, but left after it all went down because pretty much everyone hated her because of what she supposedly did to N. Boy, you see that train barreling down the tracks, don't you? After you've lived it, the pieces really all fall into place. One of the things that stood out to me, though, was the only thing he could tell me about her was how fine or hot she was. I told him if he wanted to find a woman that he could spend his life with, he needed to be concerned with more than just appearance. I told him if you asked my husband what he loved about me, my appearance would be one of the last things that he mentioned. I don't know, physical attraction is pretty important. My wife says the same thing. Then again, I guess we're both really shallow. Maybe that's fine. Looking back now, maybe that should have been the first red flag, but I chalked it up to him being young. And he was actually a really good guy, and I'm sure as he gets older, he'll learn to mature and value women for more than just their appearance. Yeah, I'm sure he will, OP. We would have a lot of long talks after work about everything. Usually him venting to me about the dating scene and me giving him advice. I truly viewed him like a little brother. It never crossed my mind that he was thinking that we would ever be something more. I mean, you guys are talking about relationship stuff, which sort of crosses a line. Or maybe not cross it, but it's tiptoeing the line, you know? You're opening up this line of dialogue and thought, and I know it gets slow at work, but let's find some other things to talk about, shall we? This is a professional work environment. I think a lot of people forget that. Anyway, he started buying me and my kids stuff randomly. No thank you. Everyone around me at work kept saying, "Oh, he's just a nice guy. That's just how he is," etc. So I chalked it up to that. Dude, no. Return all of that shit right now. My husband started expressing to me that my relationship with N was making him pretty uncomfortable, and that he was certain that he wanted to be with me. Yep, men are programmed, pre-wired to figure things like that out. I told my husband that I didn't really think that was it, and is just a really nice guy. And that I wanted for them to meet because I thought they'd really get along. I told him how N was in his early 20s, and I'm certain he's not looking for a 32-year-old mom of two. I think he's looking for anything he can get right now. Let me be honest. There's a thirsty fellow. Not trying to disparage OP. I'm literally, he would find a crack whore behind the love dumpster. Get a case of good old ReddX brand Super AIDS.
He's got AIDS!
It's so good, and so good for you. Over time, I noticed N getting more pushy, almost expecting time with me. I started cutting our after-work conversation short because I really just wanted to get home to my husband and kids. It started to seem like the more I tried to cut them short, the more he pushed to extend it. He would jokingly pout and say, "He needed time with me too." Ew. Man baby looking for a mommy figure. It ain't gonna be me, stupid. Sort yourself out. Again, I chalked it up to him being young and not understanding the responsibility of raising a family and just kept trying to set some boundaries. Yeah, how's that working for you? You can't keep making excuses for him, is what it is. Oh, he's just that. He doesn't understand. Yes, he doesn't understand because he refuses to understand. What do you not understand? One night, a lot of us from work got together, like we had in the past, but this time, my husband came along. I was so excited for my husband to meet my work friends because they had all become really important to me. I immediately noticed N's attitude towards me was different. He didn't talk to me at all, and seemed to be avoiding me while my husband was around. What a wormy little fuck. I like to see him get stomped into the dirt.
N did eventually start talking to my husband, however. OP says I was already pretty drunk, though. N seemed to be taking an aggressive tone and asked my husband, "So you actually work?" I thought that was kind of shitty, but then I thought maybe my emotions were heightened because I was drunk, and my husband didn't seem fazed, so I let it go. At some point during the night, the babysitter started calling because our son was upset. Since I was pretty out of it, my husband stepped out to talk to her and our son. At this point, N started getting in my face quite a bit. He started asking me, "Where's what's-his-face at?" over and over again, very visibly irritated. We previously had conversations about how I always hated it when guys referred to a girl's significant other like that because it's very obvious what he's trying to do. And that's when it hit me that my husband was right. Justice! The truth shall set you free! I'm glad you got it figured out eventually. I'm glad the husband didn't press on it too hard. He's like, whatever. If I was worried about another guy, it wouldn't be you. When we left, my husband told me about how he was wrong about N, and he was really just a nice guy, and he had a lot of fun and couldn't wait to hang out with my work friends again. I felt awful. Dude, no, correct him. Tell him that he was right. Explain the situation that made you see his mindset. When we returned to work, N found me and immediately started trying to trash talk my husband. Funny, the only thing he could come up with was to talk crap about a joke my husband told. I told him that I thought my husband was funnier than he was, and walked off. Oh, the claws are starting to come out. I'm liking this. N completely lost it, of course. Yeah, off comes the mask. He started sending me rants about how he's such a prize, and he can make friends no matter where he goes, and he's always the life of the party. Nobody cares. I know these are things you have to tell yourself to keep your ego intact, but nobody even likes you, really. You're not even that good at your job. You're overall just an inconvenience. Like, not just as an employee, but also as a human being. I see you as a roadblock to my own happiness, so I'm just gonna pretend you don't exist from now on. And I appreciate if you'd respect that. That's the line. Say it. Practice it. OP says I did ignore him indeed. Yeah, great move. He eventually followed me out to my car after work one day, and he told me how I was his soulmate, and he's never met anyone like me, and I should be with him. This is so pathetic. What the fuck are you doing? It's like the only woman who ever paid attention to him, and now he's just clung on. I told him I didn't feel the same way he did, and I was very happily married, and he knew that. I never even hinted that I was looking to leave my marriage. He saw what he wanted to see. Absolutely. It's very weird how brains work and twist these things around. She touched my arm that one time. That totally means she wants me. And he obsessed about it for months and months. And now here we are. He then went off about how he was such a nice guy and did so much for me. And that I should realize how much he cares for me because he not only bought presents for me, but also for my kids. Wow, yeah, get the kids involved too. That's great. And that he's so tired of women choosing bad guys over good guys like him. Yeah, that's why it's so fucking confusing out here, because the bad guys are actually good and the good guys are actually bad. It's just opposite day every day in nice guy land. He said that he deserved me, not my husband. And that statement pissed me off. I told him that he doesn't even know a thing about my husband. Yes, dude, wife rage. The good kind, though, this time. I love when wifey comes to my defense on my behalf, claws out, bite his nose off right now. I said, my husband's an incredible man and treats me like a queen. I told N that my husband was a lot nicer than him because he'll do nice things for people all the time and then gasp, not expect anything back. I told N that if he actually cared about me, then he wouldn't be actively trying to break up my family. I told him I couldn't believe that he thought he was entitled to me ending my marriage just because he treated me with some human decency. Fucking unbelievable. I couldn't have said it any better, honestly. Sounds like hubby needs to come down, put the boots to this wormy little fuck. Wait outside by his car, just be like, yeah, where you headed? I'm going home. No, you're not. You're going to the hospital.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me!
Yeah, that's totally cool. That would have been a totally cool thing if I actually said and did that. Everybody would have clapped. I completely ended our friendship right there. I only talk to him when I absolutely have to for work. He posted a poor me status on Facebook about how I made him believe I wanted him and was going to leave my husband for him, and I ruined his Christmas spirit. Oh no! Not his Christmas spirit, OP! So now I'm the bad guy. I lost most of my work friends and no longer get invited to outings. Only a handful of people at work are seeing this for what it is. Most people feel sorry for him and think I'm a horrible person. Some are even super shitty to me at work now behind this whole thing. And my position requires me to be in contact for the entire shift with most of the other employees in order to keep notes and data about how each area is running. Some people just flat out ignore me, making my job a lot harder than it has to be. Well, this sounds like something that should be brought up with HR. He has a record. We could pull in another eyewitness on what he does and how he is. I don't know if that's enough to convict. Maybe there's some weird text messages. I don't know. Grin and Barrett seems like a sort of poor choice here. He's controlling the whole narrative. Can't let that happen. You better fling some mud right back at him. Some people will talk shit to me, and the whole experience kind of messed me up for a little bit. I was heartbroken in a way. I really considered this guy to be like family. Not only did I lose what I thought to be a good friend, but now I'm public enemy number one at work because almost everyone believes his sob story. I became very depressed. I had kind of let myself go. I stopped being friendly to the men at work. I didn't want anyone finding me attractive, and I didn't want any men to get the wrong idea about me. I had it in my head that I was absolutely not going through that drama again. Over time, eventually, I've gotten back to normal. Yeah, that sounds like something you need to talk through with the therapist, you know? It is like a huge betrayal, but just know that it was him misreading the signs and twisting it all out of perspective. The only thing that OP even really conceivably did wrong is talk about relationships and whatnot, which even calling it wrong is a stretch. A bit uncouth, I might say. But different work environments have different, I don't know, company cultures or whatever. Anyway, OP concludes with, N still makes attempts to talk to me. Ew. Will text me occasionally or will try to approach me at work. I flat out stonewall him. There you go. Of course, when that happens, I get told to stop being so mean to N. He's such a nice guy and he cares about you so much. Yeah, a little too much if you know what I'm saying. OP says, I really no longer care what anyone thinks. Dude, that's the most freeing thing of all, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, whatever. Feel how you feel, I don't give a fuck. If they think that I'm a bitch to poor little N, oh well. If I have to be one to get all the information I need to do my job, then I will. Switching buildings is an option, but there's a huge part of me that doesn't want to give this little shit the satisfaction of feeling like he's won, like he did with the last woman. I want to be here for whenever another woman invariably ends up in my spot. I want to be here when people see him for who he truly is. Oh, beautifully ended. It's only a matter of time, OP, I guarantee you that. We got two. That means hopefully there doesn't need to be a third, but the way this is going, the way the whole office is protecting him, probably because he's younger than them, they're like, oh, he's a little baby boy. He's a 20-year-old man. He needs to be treated like one. Get your shit together, son. Swift kick in the dick. That's how we do it. This kid needed to be bullied a lot harder. This kid needed to have some repercussions brought upon him. Unfortunately, I don't partake in the social stew, foul soup that is. Or at least I partake as little as possible. And it's largely because of situations like this. You truly don't know what anybody else is thinking. But you kept your head on a swivel, you dealt with it as best you could. I still think HR needs to get involved. But I like the fact that you're sticking to your guns. You're like, I'm not running out of here tail between the legs. Everybody can hate me and I don't give a fuck. It's like serious chat energy. I love that, dude. I checked the profile for an update. There's not one, so I'm gonna assume that maybe N went the way of the dinosaur or just isn't as big a problem as he used to be. Or maybe OP doesn't feel like writing about his bullshit. Either way, good episode. Good stories, especially at the end there. Is that last one a salute emoji? Or he has like a used rubber on his face at the end? Is that what you're into? You're sick, you know that?
Mama said I could be any here when I grew up, so I decided to be a unicorn.
Hey, I think you're really cute, and I wanted to take the convo off Tinder.
Oh boy, you gave him the phone number, did you? Oh boy.
So listen, I was wondering, can I have your number? Can I have your number?
Hey, how's your summer been so far? How many times am I finna have to DM you to get a response?
I don't know. How many times are you finna? Let me count the ways.
It's like I don't even exist, lol. Screw you!
I mean, you've probably lived your entire life like you're a ghost, but you want people to take notice now? Why? So you can touch their nethers? We all know what this is. We all know it's gonna end with you getting blocked, but sure, let's take the ride anyways.
Screw women! I hate them!
Mask came off pretty quick.
No wonder 98% of shooters are men, since the stat of shootings have been tracked since the late 90s. I believe women drive men to insanity that lead to tragedies like this. I'm not saying women are a direct cause, because they are, of course, other factors, but I think women play a part.
Okay, cool story, bro. How are you expecting me to feel about this? I feel nothing. Skeeved out. Disgusted.
I've been single my entire life. Just only had my first kiss 6 months ago, and still looking to learn how to please a woman. Oh boy.
Well, all this that you're doing, that's a really bad start. How long did it take you before you brought up the tragedies that were publicly committed with a firearm? However fast it is, that's way too fast. You gotta suss it out a little bit. Be like, is she a wingnut like me? No? Okay, well, I guess I'll have to turn it down a notch. Like we do for YouTube.
I haven't had the opportunity to build a relationship with a girl. They don't give me a chance.
Yeah, you wanna know why? All this. This is why.
I don't know if you've read my earlier messages, but as you can tell, I got no real game. But I'm a good listener, and I understand boundaries. If you're looking for a relationship, I think we could be a good fit. But as of right now, it looks like you're trying to find the hottest guy on Tinder that will let you smash. So that was my rant about whatever it is.
It is in there twice. You tried to edit this a little bit, make it seem like it's worded a bit better. You failed on every single front.
I just ranted about it, so have a good day, lol, and I'll talk to myself later.
Ugh, you walking pity party.
Also, I kind of want to see the new Barbie movie, and don't really want to go by myself, and my friends won't go, so if you want to go see that, hit my line.
Yeah, that's a good one. Hit my line. If I say finna and hit my line, she's definitely gonna text me back. She's gonna think I'm out here thuggin', looking for some of that thuggin' love.
What the? I got that thuggin' love.
This whole thing was just a travesty. I'm glad she never responded. It wasn't going to go well either way. He didn't completely spiral out of control, I guess. Yeah, what I was saying, he did. You mentioned tragedies, you're spiraling a little bit, but he desperately tried to wind it back.
Please, I'll take you to see the Barbie movie.
Well, that's even weirder. No, thank you. Here's one from Facebook. And somebody's using that font that means that they truly hate themselves. Look, isn't it fancy and, like, handwritten? No, it's an eyesore.
Several women in this group have blocked me on Facebook for contacting them privately. You know, the irony is that whenever I contact my fellow men from this group, I'm generally met with an enthusiastic response. I wonder why that is.
Yes, well, definitely wonder about it publicly on Facebook so we all can get the answer that truly everybody probably has, except for this guy, he probably has it too. He's feigning ignorance. It's more dangerous for women to meet strangers, okay? Is that tracking?
I could use my status within this group to humiliate all of you. Oh, man.
You mad, bro? You mad, bro?
Yeah, I mean, Facebook group moderator, that's like the upper echelons of power, dude. You better be careful.
But I'm a gentleman, and the torment it would put you through does not comply with my ethics.
Oh, good. He's an ethical maniac. We have nothing to fear, everyone. Surely he's going to do the right thing even when no one's looking, because he told me he was ethical that one time.
You skanks know who you are! I love this post. And if you're even capable of reading this, here were my true intentions. Hopefully you'll come around to changing your mind about me. If you're not a complete idiot, that is.
It's so backhanded, like, I just don't know how to fully process it. Say one thing and then threaten another thing immediately afterwards. It's like, where are we going, dude? What group is this?
First off, yes, I'll admit I find some of you pretty attractive. I'm a normal, healthy, biological male. Of course I'm attracted to women, and that should be seen as a compliment.
Oh my god, this dude tried to creep into my DMs the other day. It's a good thing I derive every ounce of my self-respect from the opinion that other people have of me. Specifically my physical appearance. It's not a compliment. It might be if you were a dude of any worth, but like, yeah, you're not exactly selling me with this whole thing.
All of this does not automatically mean that my intentions were to sleep with you.
Yeah, sort of kind of does. Well, what did you want? To be good buddies? We're just gonna be Facebook friends. I'm not buying it.
I don't understand how the words, "Hi, how are you?" get translated into, "Hi, do you have a boyfriend?"
When we started having a conversation in one of the threads,
did I precede my comment with, "Hi, sorry, I'm already attracted to someone else"? Sure, maybe someday, after getting to know each other a little bit more, an infatuation might develop and we could start dating, but women these days seem to think that hetero men are incapable of having a platonic relationship with the other sex.
I truly believe that men and women can have a hetero relationship, but there's always the chance that it might turn a little bit weird, you know what I mean? I think that's why the context of like what Facebook page this is so very important. Because if you share a hobby or something like that, I could see it happening a little bit easier. But if you're two just random ass people on Facebook, like, why the fuck do I want to get to know you? Give me a reason to care. And he can't. He just has that one thing on his resume.
I'm a Facebook admin for this page.
Oh, cool. And then where does the conversation go from there? Nowhere. And he continues,
"To the girl who showed her husband my message and made him call the cops, do you have any idea just how ironic that is? I was trying to explain to you how Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale had been severely misinterpreted by third-wave feminists, and then you convinced a man to apply authoritarian powers on me, merely for the fact that I am a male."
I guess there's a stitch of irony there, and you get to play the victim card, which it's not as powerful as it used to be, but it ruled the meta of like the Beltway public sphere for a little while. Now the Overton window is shifted and we can talk about things from both sides a little more, but nobody gave this guy that update. He likes being a victim because it's easy, you see?
It turns out that men can also be oppressed in society, as was Atwood's intended message of her novel.
I mean, maybe that's the message that you got from a male perspective. It's probably the same message I'd get, honestly. But you can't then go around telling other people that their experiences are wrong. Like, oh, actually, the intended message was... Sometimes, yeah, you can come to a consensus, but the consensus could also be wrong. Like, the author, the filmmaker sat down and made this thing, and it was interpreted completely in another way. I don't think most creatives would even bother correcting people. They'd just be like, cool, that's what you got out of it. It happens every time I make a YouTube video. To sit there and try and explain the message only cheapens the entire experience. Anyways, yes, based on that part of the message, I'm going to assume that it is a Handmaid's Tale Facebook group. The Predator is using this show, mostly made for women, to come in and do the thing that Predators do, and that is use it to his own advantage. Don't tell your husband. That's an irony, like in the show we both watch. You're using your authoritarian powers to stop me from harassing you. I just don't understand the mental gymnastics, but that's why I like really sitting down and pulling these long text posts apart. You get to crawl inside their brains for a little bit. And usually it's pretty fucking spooky. To the girl who called me an incel for trying to discuss Nabokov's magnum opus Lolita... I'm pronouncing it wrong on purpose. Your lame feminist buzzwords have no bearing on my mental health. Do you really think I like it based solely around the hemophilia? Can we say that one? I don't know. I would encourage you to read it, as the prose is magnificent. But judging by your less than impressive vocabulary, I doubt you would be able to understand it. This really is what happens, dude. People get so wrapped up in their own heads. Like, what did he think was going to happen when he posted his scathing response? There's probably a few Facebook admin clout chasers that would be like, yeah, you told him. But the vast majority of anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together would be like, you're overcompensating for something there, bud. Biggest brain in the world couldn't save a stroke game that week. Okay.
To the girl who called me a loser and said I was trying to show off because I said you should read Tolstoy's epic War and Peace, I wasn't aware that reading something was suddenly a huge achievement.
Yeah, it just happens to be the longest novel ever written. No big deal. I consider reading something an achievement. I've read 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish for 2 weeks straight now.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish, black fish, blue fish, old fish, new fish.
That's an achievement. From there to here and here to there, funny things are everywhere. And that includes you, writer of this diatribe. I don't know what the hell to call it.
The fact that I wanted you to read it meant that I believed that you were the rare type of woman who could endure such a lengthy piece of literature.
I said lengthy. Now she's gonna think I'm lengthy.
The irony is that later in another thread, I saw you talking about how you read all the Harry Potter books before you turned 12.
Yeah, not stalking you. I just happened to see it.
What's wrong with that? Sometimes I happen to see things. It's plainly obvious to see that you view the arts in the most superficial way. There's no way I would ever date someone like that. To all the other girls who haven't responded or have been a bit timid in their replies, please don't take this post the wrong way. As you can see, I didn't tag any of the women who wronged me on this post, and I will always respect your decision, no matter how misguided it may be.
Jeez, man, maybe you just want to draft this post and throw it away, you know? Like, obviously, it's a community that you value on some level, and you are about to show your entire ass, like, in 4K, live!
Yep.
You can't take that back. Then again, I'm not offering tips. Go ahead, let the Predator out himself.
Come on, don't be timid, girls. Why are you so timid? Filing a restraining order. That is such an ironic use of authoritarian power.
Wow. He can certainly read, but he can't read between the lines. I think that's interesting. Read the fucking room. Anyway, good for you not tagging the girls.
As you can tell, my interests are mainly in the high arts, and I can guarantee you that, at the very least, you'll end up having a very compatible and knowledgeable friend.
Yikes, dude. Big fucking yikes for me. I hope that everybody saw this and was immediately like, this guy is out of his mind. Why do people post things like this? 93 laughing emojis. That's about like a millionth of what it actually deserves. 200 comments. Man, I would love to dig around in there, but I ain't going to Facebook. Nah, sir. I'll dig around weird Discord servers and Twitter threads with Facebook. All I'm saying is the file on me is probably bad enough already, okay? Probably really confuses the shit out of the algorithm. Be like, oh, he's a 30-something male searching up A Handmaid's Tale, and then that automatically puts you on like the Predator database. Is he a gay guy? No. Then sound the alarm.
There seems to have been a misunderstanding.
We got ourselves a mole. Yeah, fun couple posts so far. I mean, let's keep going. I really like the long ones. That's what she's proclaimed. Here's some weird DMs from Reddit itself. This OP says, so neither of us is who the other is looking for. Let's not do this. Yeah, before it even starts, could we just not? I like that option.
Okay. You obviously don't want someone who could care. And I don't like rude people, so you're right. I tried to get to know you and show you myself.
Talking about sausage selfie, huh?
All of which you could care less about. So yeah, thanks for doing me a favor and proving you're not what I want either. See ya.
And that could have been it, you know? OP took it on the chin just like, yo, I can understand you being a little hurt. Goodbye. But of course, this fella, he couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could he? He's got to come back and really explain why OP is wrong here.
I'm actually relieved that it didn't go anywhere due to you being standoffish and arrogant. I don't understand why just talking annoyed you so much. I think it's because I screwed up initially.
Ooh, how did he screw up? Can we see that part? I'm not surprised.
I made one mistake. I'm not what you're looking for because you also didn't take any of your time to get to know me, but I respect your choice because it's your choice. It's a shame because I look forward to talking to you. You are intelligent and not a player type. Rude, yes, but the intelligence is what I was hoping to find.
Yeah, intelligent enough to see the banner of red flags waving over your head. It's just like, oh, what's that? Goodbye. You probably bombarded her with messages faster than she cared to respond. Cause hey, wow, yeah, you're excited for some female attention, and then scared her away immediately. OP's not just got intelligence, she's also got social intelligence, which this guy, yeah, he clearly lacks.
The physical part, you have no idea what I could be. And again, that's your choice. I wish you all the best, and if you ever change your mind and would like to talk, I'm open to doing so. We could actually be passing each other, and we could be what the other desires.
Yes, huge possibility of that, I'm sure.
Guess we'll never know, due to the disdain you have for me somehow. I wish you a good day. Bye.
OP made the mistake of getting reeled back in by that second message. Wrong answer. Always the wrong answer. Just let him stew. Keep letting him stew. Post all the messages. 2-hour angry rant in the Reddit DMs? Who's gonna read that? This guy. This guy right here. I'm gonna read that.
It was me all along.
But OP says, I wanted to point out earlier that we were not what each other wanted. You kept messaging me. I don't deserve your rudeness, nor your outburst. Fairly succinct, and he says,
whatever you say. If you think you're right about it, then you're right. I again tried to see you as a person, not an object.
You tried? Would this be considered a success or not?
I'm sorry, I just can't help it. She looks like an end table to me. But I can see that you prefer to be an object. My outburst, as you insinuate, is way off the mark, as I wasn't rude. You chose to assume I wasn't what you desired by not talking to getting to know me. You're just a typical entitled, arrogant person, and you did me a favor, I'm sure.
I think you're doing each other a favor. Hey, look at that. Everybody's doing favors. Everybody's walking away happy, right? Right? They say right, stupid.
Or whatever, right.
There we go. I definitely admire this OP's bluntness, and the dude, like, didn't break down into a swear fest or anything, but he's still trying to maintain that veneer of civility. Just in case you do change your mind, I'm still open to talking. That's right. Leave the door to the lion's den wide open. Why wouldn't you? Maybe some prey will wander in. This guy's not as gross as the previous few, but I do like to see a nice guy desperately clutching onto something that was never there, you know? Let's not do this. He could be like, okay, cool. Instead, he's like, oh,
you don't know what I could have been.
Yeah, you don't either.
Could have been an astronaut if we still had those.
Instead, you decided to scroll Reddit all day and not even record it for YouTube. Here's another Facebook post. It seems to be the lowest common denominator. But it says, nice guy is feeling angry.
I'm sick and tired of getting friend-zoned. I went out on a great date with a beautiful woman last night. She was tall and had gorgeous blue eyes and blonde hair and the biggest pair of bolt-ons you ever seen in person.
Show me them.
Cool, she sounds lovely. I'm glad you're into that.
I thought we hit it off well. That was until she texted me saying that we were only be friends. Bitch, what? You couldn't have told me that before I paid for your meal? I'm pissed off. This is why I'm done with American women. They want down bad boys in their prime, yet want to settle down with a nice guy once they hit the wall at 31?
I thought it was 25. They're moving the wall back?
I'm so done. Fellas, get your passports.
Nah, fuck no. We don't want you. Stay out of the Philippines. You're only going to make it worse.
I'm serious! Do not pack that suitcase! We do not want you!
Anybody who's going to complain about having to pay for a meal with another person, that is some ultra low value type of shit. You don't go into the date with the expectation of like, we're gonna bang it out after this. It's a first date, a little get to know ya. She decided that you'd be a better friend than boyfriend.
She could smell the bitch in you.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
There's another comment.
I can't believe she friend-zoned such a catch. I mean, you even noticed her awesome rack, and she didn't even let you hit after dinner. The nerve of her!
Sarcasm. Oh, it was sarcasm. You got me. I thought it was one of his boys trying to pump him up, but no, doesn't look like that. 2.3 thousand laughing emojis. And that's really how discourse is going to be boiled down in the future. YouTube's going to remove comments completely. It'll be in the name of safety. For the children, you know. But from this point forward, you can only communicate with emoticons. And they're all positive. There's like no thumbs down or anything. This is the dystopian hellscape that we'll soon live in. If it does happen, you can find me spilling my brains over on Twitter at Dayton Does. Thanks so much for the plug. Where were we? Oh yeah, friend zone guy. I mean, I haven't paid for dinner on the first date since about my 20s. This cute little Asian girl wanted to go out to a Japanese restaurant. I took her, spent that $40 that basically I shouldn't have. But you know, you gotta throw caution to the wind. We're gonna get to know each other. And yeah, I got to know her, and she was like a super normie, dude. Sort of just like a blank slate who like pop music and things that normies like. Whereas, yeah, I'm clearly more of like an edgy, nerdy weirdo. We just didn't vibe. Like, you really want to chase her down? Be like, you owe me $20 for your half. Come on, man. Have some grace. Have a little bit of dignity, for God's sake. Chasing people around on Facebook. I was wronged, everyone. Nobody cares. Shut up, stupid. Who said that? It wasn't me. Let's move on to the next post. Oh, what do women want in this generation? Someone please tell me. They always say like they want a genuine, loyal, honest guy. Well, there's not many of us left. Yes, make a note, ladies. It's inclusive. I'm one of those things that I just said. But they always go for the one who treats them like crap and moan about it. Thinking emoji. Truth is, us good ones, apostrophe S, good ones, that will give you everything, always finish last. Just saying. Oh yeah, you're just saying, eh? Well, I'm not, but Vegeta over there is. I see myself as an honest, genuine person with a big heart and a lot of love to give. Smiling too big emoji. Don't take life too serious. Always up for a laugh and banter. Not here to play games. Too old for it. TO2. Maybe he just missed the last though. I don't know. Is that last one a salute emoji? Or he has like a used rubber on his face at the end? Is that what you're into? You're sick, you know that?
Mama said I could be any here when I grew up, so I decided to be a unicorn.
It's amusing to me that you say you don't take life too serious, and then like everything before that is just you complaining about life. He's definitely not too old for games. He's stuck right in the middle of the games, and he doesn't even know. He doesn't know he's playing. Thank God he's not the main character, though. We could scroll right past him. I still have yet to find the true main character. I thought it might be Christian, but yeah, I don't know anymore. Here's someone from Reddit who wants to know, are nice guys oppressed? Like I told you earlier, it's so easy to be a victim, dude. Don't be a fucking victim. Wrestle back control of your own life, okay? Then you don't need to ask stupid-ass questions like this anymore. Unfortunately, the reality is that women don't find nice guys attractive enough. At best, the nice guy can expect to be friend-zoned. So don't believe a woman when she says, I prefer a guy who's secure and in touch with their feelings. Deep down, the masculine traits considered abhorrent in today's society are deeply desired by women looking for a mate. Yeah, just make yourself worse, embrace those horrific things, and eventually it'll get better, somehow. Trust me, I'm a random person on the internet. You can trust my advice. I don't know, dude. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. This guy's in touch with feelings like horny and rage, maybe hungry. But part of being secure is also being like, yeah, sometimes I cry. Never in public, but my wife has seen it a handful of times. It's good. It forms a deeper connection, a bond that I've shared this with you now. But of course, he's getting all his advice from like the whatever podcast. Fresh and Fit. What is that? We watched another incel video recently. It all runs together. It's just a giant joke. Top G's and Tate Bros and Boogie running the crypto scam. I used to think this timeline was pretty cool, but I don't know. It's been a rough year so far. We're halfway through it. What have you done with it, OP? I made a thread on Reddit that asked if nice guys are oppressed. Well, my faith in humanity's dropped even lower now. Please get the fuck out of my face. I don't respect or honor no woman that has intimacy all her life and got pregnant outside of marriage. Now she demands a faithful, loyal man as her husband by giving him all her baggage and some other man's child. It's delusional for an experienced woman and single mother to think she can demand anything. Instead, she must be grateful for any chance she is given by a man. Oh boy, you really think you're God's gift, don't you? How can I fix this? And indeed, is it fixable? I only respect and honor the man at that point if he accepts her and is a great man, because that shows the character and value of the man only. You can just come out and say you hate single mothers. It might be a spicy take, but I'm pretty sure that you could say it. As a stepfather myself, I'd like to step up and be like, yeah, I do have character and value, but none of that shit's true. You fall in love with the mother, and then you see a piece of the mother in the child, and you fall in love with that too. You can't possibly hold the fact that somebody made a bad decision over them for the rest of their life, can you? I mean, I guess you could, but it's ridiculous, isn't it? We all make mistakes. Most of ours aren't as permanent as a child. But she had the conviction to stick with that. The decision to step up and be the one to provide, you gotta respect that at least a little bit, right? He's not gonna agree. But I think I am right. All decisions in life have consequences and accountability. Yeah, we just talked about that. Some of your consequences weren't so permanent, so you want to shirk all accountability? Interesting choices you're making. Example! A man paying so much child support because he was extremely reckless. That's a consequence and accountability. Learn to find a virtuous wife. I do love me some virtue. Like, there's bits and pieces of this post I can agree with, I guess. But one, like, who are you actually posting this for? Yourself? You think somebody's gonna see this and be like, oh my god, he seems nice? It's never gonna happen. Why are we even bothering to rant about this? I demand answers! No man is obligated to settle for less and accept leftovers. Well, it saddens me that you can quantify another human being in that way without getting to know them at all. But sure, yes, cut off that entire part of the population because they made a mistake one time. What do you want? Like, you can choose what's right for you, obviously, but let's try not to be so reductive, shall we? He can't help himself. He's got a sad, small little world. It's the woman's job to have self-respect and keep herself pure. So respect and honor the good man that chooses you. Restore the family. Something tells me that this dude would be like the worst dad in the world. Just come home drunk and beat his kids. What do you mean the meatloaf's cold, backhand? I'm the good man that chose you. We're restoring the family, you dumb. Yeah, just a little glimpse into the future. And I think basically everybody can sniff that out. I don't respect or honor no person that sees the world as black and white as you do. Alright. Man, imagine if all men just decided to not date, how women would be affected by it. It would be astounding if all guys just decided to not text their crush or girl of interest. If all guys just decided to go to the gym and make the bread, how women would fall to their knees because of loneliness and lack of attention. Women, always gaslighting and making up lies and excuses for these behaviors like we're simply supposed to accept how they are. When a man can simply get $100 and go do something y'all are holding back for some reason from the nice guy, but not from Chad, like if it was some Indiana Jones treasure. What the fuck are you talking about? Where did you get the $100 there, fella? Put it back into your mom's purse there, boy. That's not for you. I think his real secret plan here is to be like, hey guys, let's not date women anymore. And then he tries to go out and scoop up some ladies. But still, nobody wants him, even though he's literally the last guy on the planet. They're just like, ew. No, I'm gonna wait if that's okay. It's not okay, you owe me! I can be a treasure from Indiana Jones too!
You just pick it up already!
What's Indiana Jones 2? Like the Ark of the Covenant? He was like, no, it's not. It's the wrong 2! Oh, man. We have fun, don't we? It's like endless callback jokes. It's just beautiful. If I have one more girl add me and tell me I'm comparable to every other guy that has only cared for their body without getting to know me, I'm gonna lose my shit. Well, it sounds like the losing of said shite has already started, hasn't it?
With everything in bones, you can't make your own statistics and expect people to be okay with you comparing them to a whole fucking population theory that all men are pigs.
Yeah, let me rant about it on Snapchat. That'll really change some people's minds.
Dumb ash. If you think that, come up with some stats, some real numbers, then let me know if your theory's right, crying emoji. Other than that, don't compare me to your past lovers.
I mean, isn't life just really a series of comparisons? Like, if you had no experience there, then you'd had no basis for comparison. But if you do, then it's kind of natural. You can't help but compare these things.
There's zero evidence to make a statement like that. All men are pigs. Yeah, that's a lot to say, but then only have as many guys as you've dated to line up that statements as your evidence. Do you realize how actually dumb that is? You're trying to say that because you feel like you're not going to find a good guy, that's just the fact, crying emoji.
I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to say. Can somebody translate this for me?
Feelings are so dumb, bro. Like, where's the MF facts, huh? You're just yapping, crying emoji. I don't know of any person on Earth that spoke for a whole population out of random and been right, factually.
Yeah, sounds like this guy's really into facts. He knows about all the facts and statistics. Just don't ask him to cite his sources.
There's zero logic to saying all men are pigs. Absolutely zero. If you want to say I'm wrong, go ahead, but have some stats numbers ready to tell me when I ask. Otherwise, I'm not responding.
Yes, the burden of proof is on you, even though we as a collective society have sort of accepted this is how it is. Now, you could be the outlier. I choose not to be a pig, personally. But in my anecdotal experience, yeah, most dudes are pigs, man. Waitress walks by, he's like, I would give me some of that. It's like, dude, your wife is sitting in the other room. That's when I go have a little aside with my wife, and it's like, oh, something popped up, we gotta go. Never talk to him again. Like, people think it's safe to tell me these things because I'm a dude. But yeah, I don't subscribe to the same philosophy that you do. Fundamentally, we're different people. I don't even have to explain why we stopped hanging out. Think about the last thing you said to me. I mean, I guess it wasn't always that way. Back in the Navy days, I talked some mad shit, but I don't know, you get older and you grow. At least, hopefully. But you trust me, I've met some octogenarian pigs out here.
I most def should have to feel like I'm in some reverse fucked up court, guilty until proven innocent, crying face. It's crazy to me that as a man I have to be guilty for all this other crap that other guys did to you before you're nice to me, crying emoji.
Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god, who cares? Everybody has a bit of baggage, bro. I'm sure you're bringing a bit of your own, but we're not gonna talk about that here. Little did you know you're already unboxing everything for me. Wonderful.
There's not a single woman on Earth that should have an excuse for not knowing what happened to nice guys. The truth is, once upon a time, most bad guys, the heartbreakers and cold men were the nice guys, but because they kept getting cheated on, hurt, broke up with because they had flaws, they became the bad guys. So, TBH, when y'all ask where he at?
What, is that even a question?
You gonna bring peace, or you gonna cause drama, say mean things, and be entitled about what you say and do while dating him?
I feel like my brain is falling out of my ears. What are you trying to say? We're speaking different languages right now.
Because I'ma be real. I'm about to give up being the nice guy.
Oh yes, this is the start of his anime supervillain arc. Look out, ladies. The Rizzler's on the prowl. He knows how to lay traps on Snapchat. Find your way into my DMs to prove me wrong about this Snapchat. And then she'll have to be so nice to me the whole time because she's trying to prove me wrong. If she's ever mean to me about the bullshit that I put her through, that'll totally prove that I was right. Who cares? They're all just words. Right and wrong. It's all about perspective, you idiot. I think that's the real problem with the internet. Nobody has perspective anymore. It's all just boiled down to a meme template. Anyway, I feel like my brains really are coming out of my ears. I don't want to philosophize anymore.
Yeah, that's just the kind of guy I am. Very considerate and sensitive to your needs above my own.
You are not the guy. You're not capable of being the guy. You are not the guy.
High school creep resurfaces. Hashtag nice guys. I'm gonna call it Neckbeard story. I found it in Neckbeard stories.
Hey,
Sorry, new number. Who is this?
here I'm trying to be friendly and I feel like you're trying to get rid of me.
I legitimately do not know who this is. Already, just like subconsciously beating himself up. If you know she doesn't want to talk to you secretly, why send the message?
Just shooting his shot, I suppose. It's me from Algebra 2. Did you forget who I was?
I have a new phone, so again, didn't know who this number belonged to. So, you mean from high school?
We also had Spanish 1 together, and I think the same AP history class.
I don't know how long after high school this is, but if it's more than a couple of years, please stop. If you're good buddies, then hey, remain good buddies. But you can't come in here and try to build a relationship off like, hey, we had a couple classes together. So what? Everyone fucking did. Leave me alone. OP says, I didn't take any AP classes.
Neckbeard says, oh, that's surprising, because you always can't off so intelligent. Came off.
Then you know he's beating himself up.
Stupid, you said came off. Now she's gonna think we're totally dumb and lame.
Don't worry, she thought that already. OP says, thanks, haha. Yeah, it's the brush off aw thanks. That's the aw thanks I give you so you don't go into a tirade about how most girls are stupid, but you're different. Neckbeard says,
you must be wondering why I'm writing.
Yeah, aren't we all? The anticipation's killing me. I wish it would. Well, yeah, actually, says OP. This is kind of out of the blue.
I always had a crush on you in school, and I recently gained 50 pounds of muscle, and got the last few credits to graduate with my AAS in criminology, and I finally feel like I'm good enough for you.
God.
First off, who are you?
This is pathetic. Why are you chasing that hard? Did she know about this goal? Have you talked at all since high school? Or you've just spent this last few years in a frenzy? Going to college, hitting the gym, doing all the things, so that some girl that you talked to a couple years back might give you a chance at some point, maybe. He did all these things in pursuit of a reward over a girl in high school that hardly knew he existed, but in his limerence-driven fantasy, he drew this entire house and life for them. They already have children, little ghost babies. You think about those ghost babies before you tell me no. OP says, oh, wow. That's very sweet of you, but I'm just getting off a really intense breakup, so I'm not really looking right now. Hope you've been well otherwise. Congratulations on all your success, and see you around. See, that's nice, respectful. It is a brush off, but it's respectful. Neckbeard comes back. He's got to convince her to stay.
I'm not like the other men whom have frittered in and out of your life.
Yes, let me tell you how I imagine your life to be. Okay, cool.
I am poetic and considerate, and I can provide for you.
Oh, man.
I've got the muscles. Ladies love me. I've got a big willy. What more could they want?
What a selling point. This is physically painful.
And we can cuddle up on the couch and not even do anything intimate. Just like hold each other.
There has to be some kind of history outside of we went to high school together. You don't just do all of this, do you? Maybe he does. What a terrifying thing to witness. OP says, I think you might be jumping the gun a little bit, talking about providing for me. No doubt. I'm not interested in a relationship at this time, and am 2 years deep in school myself and am capable of supporting myself. Hell yeah, feels good to support yourself. Feels good to get after it, doesn't it? And I'm not being like, girl power, rah rah, because Neckbeard could do this too. But despite what he says, he doesn't have a lot going on. His brother's the one that went to criminology college, as we'll find out from Grandma a bit later. Spoilers, I guess. But on top of that, 50 pounds of muscle? That's like a fish story, dude. It gets bigger every time I tell it. Do I look swole? I totally look swole, bro. I probably gained like 80 pounds of muscle. Okay, cool. Why don't you do something tangible with your life? I'm sure everybody around you would appreciate it. And you'd be too busy to hold flames for girls from high school. What the fuck? I know you're probably just brushing me off because you remember me being kind of prepubescent and wispy, but I assure you, I'm swole now, and I'll protect you from your exes and make a great life for us. He just saw Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and he's like, I remember, Manny Pixie Dream Girl must be that girl from my math class. I better go harass her on Facebook. Protect you from your exes? Prepubescent and wispy? First impressions do last, but what I'm not gonna get over is this weird talk of the future, when presumably you guys haven't interacted in years. These are the actions of a crazy person. You don't even have to do anything intimate on the first few dates, since I know you're going through a tough time. You don't even have to. I'm not gonna make you. You'll probably cry during it. What the hell, man? He understands. See, she's going through a tough time. He's not gonna make you. See? That he's gonna say it. Holy shit. Yeah, that's just the kind of guy I am. Very considerate and sensitive to your needs above my own.
You are not the guy. You're not capable of being the guy. You are not the guy.
You truly believe that in your heart of hearts? Take a look back at the conversation. Try to forget that you're the one causing all of the turmoil and just see it for what it is. It's creepy, weird, off-putting, unsettling. Choose your adjective, preferably all of them. OP says, I am beginning to feel uncomfortable. We all are, dude.
Okay. I'm sorry. That was too forward, and I apologize.
See, he spent so much time obsessing about this. He just had to get it out of his brains. That's probably what concerns me above anything else.
You're not in the mood for a relationship at this point in your life, and I can respect that.
Weren't you the one that said in the last message that we're going on a couple dates, but we don't have to do anything? No, you're not going to make me do anything intimate. There's some subtext here, you know? You say you can respect it, but just show me, okay?
Let's just catch up, because besides your look, I always thought you were really cool and going places. What college are you at?
Do not tell him OPSEC at all times. He's trying to wind it back. You don't let him wind it back. It's too late. I know what your brain looks like inside now.
I don't like it. I don't trust it.
But OP says, yeah, sure, you were/are definitely a nice guy, so don't confuse that at all. Oh, he is definitely currently a nice guy. I'm at Place doing a degree in hospitality.
Oof, told you about that upset, damn it.
But I'm not actually 100% set on my major yet. I might actually transfer to communications or maybe even sociology. I'm kind of shopping my options right now. What do you want to do in criminology?
Get away with crime.
He's not going to say that part out loud. But that's why a lot of criminologists are interested, right? Usually they sort them out, and the ones they don't, well, they just become crooked cops. I also do find it a little unfortunate that OP's, not super passionate about any one thing. I guess hospitality is one of those that you do just because everybody needs it. Communication, sociology, it sounds a lot more fun. But I don't know, good luck finding gainful employment as a sociologist. We'd probably hire you at ReddX Industries. But the pay's trash, I'm gonna tell you that much. I break you off when I can, but sometimes it's a little rougher than others, you know? So yeah, Neckbeard says, crime scene tech, but my bro has his AAS in criminology, and he's a corrections officer now, which seems like a pretty solid job, so I don't know. That's on the table too, I guess. They would never let this galoof into a crime scene, would they? He's 100% going to be a corrections officer. He's going to abuse his authority in horrible ways inside the prison, and he just wants you to be a part of that when he gets back home, OP. Don't you want to be a part of that? He's not going to make you do anything until he actually does make you do something. See, because now you're not sad no more, so I had to make you. This is just next level. What a maniac out there thinking he's just like normal people. How low is your IQ exactly? OP says, those both sound exciting and rewarding, so when did you graduate exactly?
I haven't technically graduated, but I have 3 more credits to fulfill by the end of the year, but it's really nothing.
We already know that he's lying about it, and now the lie just gets more intricate. What a tangled web we weave when first we choose to deceive, OP says, oh, sorry, I thought you said you'd earned your degree credits. My mistake. What classes? Anything meaningful or just core stuff?
Core stuff? Like exercise? My core's jacked!
Gotta pay the principal if you want to graduate from Ohio State. Double major!
I'm sure it is. He's not been to college at all. He hasn't stepped 1 foot in there. Everybody knows what a core class is. OP says, no, I meant like basic math and English courses required of everyone regardless of major.
Yeah. 1 math class, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, he's just tired of lying now. Whatever. I'll make something else up later. Isn't it difficult to lie all the time? Why can't we all just live a more honest life? Especially in the age of the internet. It's all chronicled already. Just be the best person you can, for God's sake. OP says, that's nice. Okay, Hank. Oh, Hank. Why you gotta do Hanks like that, man? That's a strong masculine name. And now this little Cheez-It had to come along and ruin it. I have to get going to my job now. Nice to catch up. Goodbye. She knows he's lying 100%. Women always know. And then when they catch you in one, they start thinking about all the other ones that might be possible. And it spirals out of control really quick. So just don't lie. It's fine.
When are we going to talk again?
You are desperate, aren't you, Hank?
I really respect your solid life choices, and you are in many ways a role model for me. I've had a lot of struggles in my life, and you seem to have it so together, though I bet you mask some inner pains.
That's right, Hank. You've cut me so deep. Let me spill it all for you now. I hope OP just says, look, I don't really want to talk to you again at all. You're weird. Your struggles mean nothing to me. My struggles mean nothing to you. So let's stop pretending. I don't think she goes that hard with it, but let's see what she opts for. OP says, well, I actually work full-time and have a work-study and attend classes full-time, so I'm not really capable of maintaining any new friendships. I hope you understand. Thanks, and have a nice night. Wow, that's a lot better than what I said. Very diplomatic of you. Unfortunately, pragmatism doesn't get you anywhere with neckbeards. You gotta bowl them over with brute force.
He says, wait, why don't you like me?
Ew, dude. Shut up. Go away. Who cares why she doesn't like you? Maybe she's actually busy. Tell yourself that to keep your ego intact. Who gives a shit? But just stop trying to twist this your way. OP says, like I said, it isn't about you at all. I'm just very busy and inaccessible right now. So I have to leave for work and turn my phone off.
Oh, okay. I get it.
And then he sends a sausage selfie and a winky face. A winky and a winky face. OP says, what the fuck? Yes.
How's that look?
It looks like a nightmare.
Let the righteous anger pour forth. Nobody wanted to see this, you degenerate. What would ever make you think that this was a good idea? He says a question mark. I don't know what you're talking about. This is normal. I do this all the time. Well, stop it. His grandma's enabling him. Oh, God. We'll get to it. We will get to it. Well, OP lays down the law here, and you love to see it. Nice firm line in the sand. Okay, so first of all, you had no right to text me out of the blue, soliciting a relationship and sending creepy, suggestive messages. Just because you did something nice for me in high school doesn't mean we have a years-long unbreakable bond or something. Yeah, it's creepy. It's pathetic. Please don't contact me. 2, it is so deplorable and gross that you would send me a wrinkly sausage selfie unsolicited, especially when I tried very hard to be kind to you in the face of your creepiness. Yeah, he gained 50 pounds of muscle. Stuff on the outside might change, but stuff on the inside never really does. Once a creep, always a creep. Unless you get offline and swear off them adult videos and live the good old-fashioned life. Then you might be able to cure your creepiness, but a lot of creeps don't want to go for that. They prefer the dopamine of sending an unsolicited D. Whoa. Unsolicited? Yeah, how you gonna spin this one around? Of course. Is a tiny pecker a symptom of blindness? Oh my God. Now we're really seeing some savagery, aren't we? In fairness, I will point out body shaming. But in actuality, I 100% agree with you. Smallest dick energy I've ever seen. Well, not ever, but recently. Excuse me, but you just said you were being nice and kind to me, and what, I'm supposed to juxtapose from that other than you're being coy? Coy with a K. I'm surprised he didn't put K-O-I like the fish. I will give him credit though, juxtapose was a really good word to throw in there. I don't know where he picked that up. You lead me on. That's completely unfair. Oh, with the old flippity flop, here we go. You can't string me along like that and then not do any gratification in return. What are you expecting from our brief and unpleasant exchange? What reward could you possibly want for that? I know what he wants, but we're not going there, so let's just never talk again. And now that I sent you a pic, you have to send one back. Oh yeah? Is that the rules? Did you double dog dare her? Double stamp it? No take backsies?
Yeah, she sends a photo of hers, you gotta send a photo of yours. That's just manners.
Where is that written down? OP says, wow. Go fuck yourself. Well said. And by the way, he just doesn't know when to stay down. That cursing is very unladylike and unattractive. You'll never score a man like me with a mouth like that. Well, holy shit, I better keep talking this way, you stupid little... If a mouth like that keeps men like this away, then yeah, why not? I don't like people that use it every sentence, multiple times in every single sentence, but, you know, you can pepper a few in now and again. It really adds some emphasis. You're all the same when there's a nice guy who comes around. You're too petrified of getting everything you ever wanted and lash out. Well, that's your loss for real. Yeah, way to rationalize. That's why I did what I did. Does that make you feel better? Now go away. I've got 3+ booty calls on speed dial, and I was doing you a favor. Who uses speed dial anymore? Do you not text people or something like that? Hit them up on Messenger? That's how I know you're lying. That's how she knows you're lying. Putting up like this big front. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed for you, friend.
I have a good job and an education and just want to settle down and take care of my princess. Ugh.
No fucking princesses in this house. Unless we have a daughter.
I'm talking about king and queen shit only.
You gotta take care of business. I guarantee you this dude don't take care of no business. He can scarcely take care of himself. And now he just wants to drag somebody else into that mud pile.
I've thought about you for so long. Ew. And did all of this for you. This is the thanks I get.
Yeah, call up the booty calls on speed dial and have them come over. I'm sure you feel better in no time. What's that? The booty call's actually an escort service? Huh. Well, I guess that counts. Therapy might be cheaper.
Wow. Just wow, Tab. KYS.
Again, I ask, what sort of reward were you expecting? Oh my god, you gained 50 pounds of muscle, take me now! You lied to me about college classes and having a bunch of girls on speed dial, but you're the one I want now all of a sudden, even after the vague threats, the unsolicited exposing of yourself. Stop, just stop and go away. How exhausting.
No one wants you or could ever be attracted to you and your small ass boobas. I was trying to do the right thing and extend an olive tree.
Yeah, the entire tree. That's more than a branch. Also, on behalf of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee, I will not have any of this heresy in my court. All right? You obviously wanted a piece so bad that you pulled your whole ass out. Now you're just trying to widen it back. Everybody sees through it. It's embarrassing. Take that olive tree and shove it where the sun don't shine.
Since you're gonna have such a hard time out there, I thought I'd give you one good bag before you go back to a world of loneliness and rejection like you deserve.
He's projecting so hard right now. He's like, God, I wish anybody wanted me. Why are they all pushing me away? I don't know, dude. Lay awake in bed for hours at a time and just think about it. It's sort of like free therapy, except there's a risk that you might start a negative feedback loop that has you acting even worse than you currently do, since apparently everybody around you's an enabler of some sort. That's how it got this bad in the first place.
Seriously, dude, end yourself. I'm gonna gawk-console one of the 3 or 5 women who live just to beg me, either individually or all at once. And good luck with your life. You're gonna need it.
And then he says the thing that he keeps saying. And again, I think it's a lot of projection. It's unfortunate that it's gotten this bad, but what's even more unfortunate is he's been allowed to get away with it. Even though P wasn't hard enough to, lay it down as flat as possible. There were some sick burns in there, but she could have, melted the nose off his face. You know what I mean? She didn't. You might think Grandma would get Grandpa to take the belt off and go old school on him, but nah, I don't think that's the case from how she talks. He's a precious little baby boy who can do no wrong. I guess we'll see that exchange coming up right now. And here it is. Grandmother, whose grandson sent me unsolicited D pics, responds to my screenshot. I mean, that is a long screenshot, to be fair. Does she have her glasses? Does she need some glasses? No, I can make it real big on the iPad. Call my grandson Daniel. How do you make it big, Daniel? It's like drifting over into old people Facebook. I love it. And yeah, it's kind of also like the boomers being fooled thing yesterday. This is very awkward, Tamira. I'm sorry that you had to experience this. Yeah, this we're talking about is your grandson, by the way. I'm not quite sure what to say. When he gets home, rest assured, we'll be addressing this sort of conduct. It is unacceptable. I'd like to know how exactly you will be addressing it. Grandparents, probably largely ineffectual. We should have filed this with the police on second thought. Whatever. Frankly, I think you could have handled yourself a bit more courteously. See? See? You're right, grandson. She was a total biatch. But I guess that's none of my business now, considering how things escalated. I bet he just learns to take a no. It's a very important thing to teach your little boys, because they are super determined, but at some point, hopefully before the point they reach civilized society, you need to instill in them that when someone says no, you stop. No means no. If my 2-year-old can understand it, then so can your grandson, I'm sure. I understand he is a bit impaired just from the way that he writes and expresses himself, but that's not completely his fault either. We need to give him better tools. Not excuse all of the terrible things and be like, that's just what it is. You should know, in case you do decide to go out together. Grandma really keeping hope alive. That he was a bit misleading or accidentally unclear about his degree. It's his brother that has the criminal sciences degree. He is not in school at the present time, though he intends to enroll for a criminology degree at a local college when his schedule frees up. Hell yeah, community college, let's go! But even that is just like a load of bull. He intends to enroll? Okay, that means nothing to me. So I just wouldn't want you to see him under that false pretense. Dude, his entire life is a false pretense, Grandma. You don't even know the depths of his depravity. You're scared to look. All you do is excuse it, sweep it under the rug. It'll probably get better at some point. No. He's your family member. You need to inform him on how society is supposed to function. Somewhere in your dementia-addled pudding brain, you think there's actually a chance that they might still go out? I know you sent her a sausage selfie, but just take it down to the malt shop and have yourself a phosphorus. Talk it through. I'm sorry you went through that, but I really think he was just confused. Yeah, you're pretty mixed up too, ain't you, Grandma? I guess he did get his plausible deniability in there, but it doesn't excuse any of the actions. She stonewalled him completely. And then he's like, oh, come on, she's just shy. It's really gross. That doesn't make it right, but he is a good person. You show me one person that isn't a good person to their own grandmother. I think the opinion that truly matters is society at large. Nah, that's not true. I couldn't give a fuck if the whole world hated me. What truly matters is your opinion of yourself. But you don't tell that to somebody with narcissistic tendencies, you see? He doesn't do very well with rejections, big or small, and I'm inclined to think he takes this tack with most women, so don't feel singled out. Oh yeah, that makes me feel so much better. Do you hear the things that you're saying? Can I read some of this back to you? Yeah, his dong's out there a lot on the internet. You should feel honored. Okay, Grandma, time for your meds. We're gonna put you back to bed. So, have a good night. Send my best to the family. I see you're in school now. Congrats. I'm not really sure what else to say.
Shut up, Grandma! Drink your prune juice!
At least that last sentence is super relatable. So yeah, what the fuck are we doing here? Even sending your best to the family would open up an awkward conversation. Hey, so-and-so's grandma wanted me to tell you guys hi. Oh, how'd you get talking to her? Well, her grandson sent me some pictures. And then dad goes and burns his house down.
I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to shoot him. I just want to talk to him.
What are you supposed to do at that point? Opie just says, okay, Mrs. Neckbeard's grandma, I appreciate your getting back to me. I hope you do actually confront him about this conduct and seek some help for him, because this can really be construed as menacing behavior. And I think that this being his default with women makes it worse, not better. OP is so cordial. Very direct, but very cordial. I find that sometimes you need to scream at people in order to get the message through. That's just me. Especially if you're like a relatively quiet guy in your regular life. The one time that you scream, it's going to be super effective. I'll have him send an apology your way for sure. Grandma's not listening at all. Thank you for the thought, but I'd rather he not contact me again, for any reason. I'd rather know he's getting help than know that he is remorseful. Yeah, which he wouldn't actually be. He's play-acting remorse for Grandma. Too wild, dude, too wild. But Grandma has the topper right here. Boys will be boys. Yeah, if you let them. I don't think that this is every little boy's default mode, but you do have to let them know where the line is. That's why we need more strong fathers in homes. If you're out there being a good dad listening to this, I see you, I appreciate you, I feel you. We have a kinship. A parasocial through the internet YouTube kinship, but leave a comment, I'll heart it. That's as close as we can ever be, I guess. Hormones are something you can seek help for, but he does need to be reminding of proper online manners. So rest assured, I'll pass this along. Good night. Night. She knows. She knows the message is never going to make it to Neckbeard. Might make it to his ears, but never to his brain. He doesn't listen to Grandma at all. He says the right words to get her off his back. I seen little turds like this before. I was a little turd like this before. And yeah, you need to seek change within yourself. Realize that gym maxing or whatever it is isn't the answer to all your problems. I truly hope the dude will seek self-betterment in other ways than just like, you know, the exterior stuff. There's a lot of deprogramming that needs to go on just from the way that he talks and stuff, but he's dumb enough that probably he'd be receptive to it, you know? There's like the low and high end of the spectrum that is willing to listen to differing opinions, and then the middle is just like, nah, I don't want to hear any of that. You might make me change my mind. It's like, well, isn't that a good thing? Whatever. Anyway, no updates from this OP since, so I can't confirm or deny. Your mid-20s, it's sort of a weird time. I don't know. I don't think I was ever this bad and menacing and possessive outside of, like, you know, early high school days, where you're really learning your social boundaries and whatnot. This guy should know by now. Apparently he doesn't, because Grandma and probably everybody else just makes excuses. I don't know. I don't have high hopes for him, but fingers crossed.
Who cares about age? It's just a number. Girls like you are fresh and ready to please.
Oh, God. My spine is powdered in.
My spine! These demons have been in me the whole time. I protected you from them.
First image we get is OP searching retail because, yeah, apparently he really likes to dunk on her for working in retail. It's a hard job. I got a lot of respect for people who show up every day for that shit.
Remember who had to calm you down after your basic retail job and tell you to eat and drink and do laundry? You can't handle the mental load of a retail job, let alone pleasing yourself for a change.
OP says, like, do you ever care about me at my retail job, or just gonna make me cry all day when I'm here?
Like, I already know it's hard because of how you see the world. Like, fuck, you cry about the most basic retail job. Imagine being so mentally and emotionally weak working retail is stress. Lamau, not something as simple as retail. What are you even stressed about? You can't even work a retail job without crying.
I'd like to know what this guy does for a living. Probably sits around on his ass, collects his money from the government, or even worse, still living with mommy and daddy. I'm not sure if it's better or worse, actually. Anyway, now we're into some actual back and forth messages.
I'm pretty sure you're the maltreater for yelling at me.
Texting is also maltreating.
How's this maltreatment? It's a text message.
Yeah, just close your eyes or something. How is internet bullying even real, right? She says, so stop talking, okay? Okay, lol.
Just like the cutest little idiot ever. Who's a dumb little seed hole? You are. Yes, you are. What a good little seed rag. You're a good girl. Your mental illness is a joke.
I mean, in comparison to this guy's mental illness, it very well might be. But unlike other people, I don't see that as an excuse. You know you're damaged. Take that into account, please and thank you. Anyway, whatever. She says a lot of stuff that we skipped, I guess.
So it wasn't me, it was kind of you. Ha 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 ha. You went to bed early for like 2 weeks. I'd wait till you fell asleep, then drove over to my new F-buddy's house every night.
Stop the cap.
Oh my God. Stop f***ing lying.
We all know that's not true. What are you talking about? What's her name? Oh, you don't know her. She's from Canada. Yeah, you drove to Canada.
She has no problems keeping me rock hard, just like I have no problems getting her off.
Cool headcanon, bro. The part where you're clearly lying makes it extra neat.
When I never posted you, cute and deleted forever, Lamau. Oh, fuck. Look at your ugly little face, Lamau. Also, what happened to your forehead? Where's that scar from? Bye, loser. Don't come back. You're not welcome. You're not attractive. You're not satisfying. And you smell kind of fishy. Imagine crying maltreatment where you could just press the block and delete the chat. And my number, and boom, gone forever. Instead, you're so crazy, you're like, I can't block you, I need a new phone number. Lamau, goof, bye-bye, sad little angry narcissist.
Bye-bye, person who's clearly projecting. Do you think that's it? I don't think that's it. Oh, here's the actual conversation. I've been rused twice now. I guess they were just delicious excerpts from an interaction that went on far too long. Now here's the beef. OP calls him fuckface. I'm gonna call him nice guy.
Ha ha ha, nah, kiddo. Lamau, you do too. Those demons have been in me the whole time. I protected you from them.
Yeah, he's basically like Inuyasha. Girls like Inuyasha, right?
I said take it off.
What if I don't feel like it?
Undress.
My wife does.
You're a twisted freaking sicko. Call me. See if it goes through.
Exactly. You're a sicko. Manipulation.
You don't have an iPad. You keep me unblocked because you still want me to do this for you.
OP says, hey, guess what? You're gaslighting me.
Well, kind of, yes.
Majorly. Even the gaslighting about the gaslight. The gaslight's not as big as you thought. Come on. Then we cut forward to another non sequitur, I guess.
Into it, and suddenly you're the victim and crying and maltreated.
Oh, wait, they won't.
Do you really lack Anne's sense of self-reflection?
I have way too much tolerance for bullshit. Ha ha ha.
You're like a science experiment now.
That's kind of sick to do to someone. Yeah, especially if you're not a scientist. This guy's not board certified in any way. You gotta do it the right way. You create a board and then certify yourself, and then you can do the human experiments. What I do know is this: science must progress. That takes sacrifice. Thank you for your sacrifice.
You know, I straight pity you, right? For being such a weak and fragile, but equally aggressive, angry, and narcissistic. Such a deep and serious lack of understanding for how the real world works is kind of sad. I don't know if it's a Canadian thing or just a you thing, but holy shit, you are entitled, eh?
Oh, like the Canadians do. That's fun. That's clever. I can't really get a super clear read on who the cringier one is out of this conversation, since OP seems to cut out basically everything that she says. But I do have proof positive that this guy, yeah, he lives deep in the cringe zone.
I had to protect you from my demons, milady.
What the? Who says that?
Learn to speak to people, especially if you want something from me. Lies, 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 lies.
Okay, cool. Super neat post. Probably could have done with just the one page, honestly. But the title did hook me. It was delivered on. So I guess I can't be too mad. But we're moving on.
Incels are criticized because they speak the truth. Women prefer a-holes. Nice guys finish last.
And to that I say, yeah, you're probably not as nice as you think you are. You're nice, but not enjoyable to be around. Is any of that tracking? Somebody comes in and says, bro, get your head out of the ground. 4,000 mentally ill women do not represent women by a long shot. If this was the case, then men love women who are PDF files due to the amount of men I've seen thirsting after them. That's a really strange analogy, but okay, I take your point, I guess. Just to be clear, I think every last one of those people should die, but it's not up to me. I leave it to God. And he was doing good work until they started putting him in protective custody.
Oh, please. Anyone who's ever been to high school knows the bullies always have hot girlfriends, while the chess club nerds are virgins.
Yeah, according to that teen movie, that high school comedy romance that I watched one time. The reason that it pans out that way is because you were a chess club nerd that didn't put himself out there. There was no opportunity.
Girls always reward the worst men for the worst behavior, and then whine when they get beat up by the bully boyfriends they've chosen. They deserve no sympathy.
Isn't it strange how we criticize the life choices of others while not bothering to take a single look inwardly at ourselves? This poster chose to be alone, and now he wants to blame everybody else for that. Well, guess what? You get no sympathy either. Moving on.
Was this from Twitter?
Hey, follow me over there. The type of people to unironically say a boy is extremely lucky if an adult woman was flirting with them and grooming them.
It is, though. You guys wouldn't get it.
Shaking my head. Male victim here. I feel gross and dirty every time I look back on it.
You're just gay.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women.
Oh, that must be it. Here I am, opening up about an actual experience I've had. My experience is diametrically opposed to what you're saying. He's like, yeah, whatever. You just like dudes, that's why. He says, I swing both ways. Thanks for asking, though. It wasn't really asking, it was a statement of fact. Didn't need a reply. You're supposed to just let it hang in the air like the bad fart that it is, but oh well. Next one. I think you're pretty cool. I also only seen you once. I'd like to get to know more than to run in.
Facts. Send me some pictures.
You could ask nicely, and I'm not that kind of girl. I mean, you could send him pictures of your dog or some flowers or some stuff. See how he reacts to that. Probably not well. Probably not well.
No, I want to see regular pictures, lol. I'm not that type of guy, unless you want me to be.
That's right, I wasn't trying to do anything, unless... Here again, another example of Schrodinger's dick pic. Okay, fair. I'm sorry, I talked to a handful of poopy guys. Dating apps suck. That statement will unveil itself more and more as pure ambrosia as this post unfolds.
Is that how they come at you? Why do I get the feeling that you don't mind for a guy to ask, but he just has to be respectful?
Madam, could I see but one nipple? Oh, to put it betwixt my buttocks and twist thusly. She says, yes, that's how they come at me. Exactly, he can ask nice and kindly, but yeah, also it depends on me, lol.
That's all you got me? But yeah, I'm always gonna be nice and kindly with you.
I'm sure you will. OP says, thank you, I truly appreciate that. Skip forward a bit, OP says, lol, a few.
Myself and a few other things, lol.
Lol, well... If you ever need someone to talk, I'm here.
You made your clown pocket sound really tight.
Oh.
Oh, man. You're just ruining it. Look at my lips. You're ruining it.
Yeah, just veer left off a cliff. Why not? It was going so well. How could I sabotage it?
What does that mean?
I just thought this was something else. Sorry.
How so?
I thought this was wholesome, not an adult video set. You were doing just fine. Yes, indeed, but all good things must end. He could only keep the mask from slipping for so long. Eventually he's like, I want to put it in there. Dude, chill out. What are you doing? We can't salvage that. Let's just move on. OP says, I'm still puking and my mom checked and I'm running a fever. Can we reschedule, please? She's taking me to urgent care to see what's up. Please don't hate me. I'm so sorry. I just feel like absolute garbage and would prefer not to puke on you the first time we meet. I thought rest would help me. Sad face. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. You shouldn't have to beg forgiveness. I'm sorry, I'm sick. You think I chose this? I didn't. But of course the dude's gonna be really passive-aggressive and offended about it. He can use it as a bargaining chip later in the relationship, you see.
Okay, I made time for you. I think you're also sick because you're overthinking meeting me.
Oh, that's must be exactly what it is. The thought of you going through my mind too much in a day makes my body physically reject everything I've eaten. Opie says, I know, I'm sorry, and the majority is probably because I watched 2 kids, and one of which still had a stomach bug. I thought I'd be fine since he was mostly in his room. Please, please don't hate me, I promise. Again, OP, fucking dial it down a little bit, okay? You don't need to apologize this profusely. If he doesn't understand, especially considering you guys have never met before, then that's fine. That's probably not somebody you want to interact with anyways.
I don't know what to say at the moment, because I'm really interested and want to see you.
Okay, cool. Then wait. OP says, I was really excited to meet you. I even had an outfit idea picked. I even had my mom grab the skirt from the laundry room. So it's totally legit, bro.
I don't know. Okay.
What does that mean? OP says, I understand. I'm sorry. I'm heading to urgent care in a few minutes. I'll text you when we get there.
You can't even see me for a little. Okay.
You know that sad guy okay meme? That is this guy every single day of his fucking life. OP says, sunshine. Realistically, I've been feeling icky all weekend, and I really don't want to be miserable and risk puking in public the first time I meet you. I'll be honest, it kinda hurts. Yeah, there's no two-way in this relationship, there's no understanding at all. But at least you got those red flags out of the way nice and early. Now we know that we don't want to do that again.
I respect you can't see me, it's fine. I get it. But you even said you'd not bail even on your friends and would hang with so I figure you'd also see me also no matter what.
Yes, this complete stranger who considers himself a friend now. How about you shut the fuck up and quit imposing? I told you what was going to happen. If you ever want a chance for it to work out, you better just grin and bear it, dude. Like, it's just ridiculous to try and talk her into it. OP says, I bailed on my friends this weekend as well.
Okay.
They hung out without me last night because I wasn't feeling well.
I get it.
See the little short responses? The endless self-deprecation? I think I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Couple of pick-me's, for real, for real. But at least OP is able to draw the line in the sand, you know? I guess you can apologize profusely as long as you also hold your ground at the same time. OP says, I left the graduation party early. I just showed up to give my gift and talk for a little bit. I want to see you.
Okay.
It's not gonna work out. Bail. I really want to see you, but I really don't want to be yakking up every few minutes. I don't think that'll be a good impression. Sad face.
I get it.
He just left his voicemail box autoresponder on. Just say, okay, and I get it, and alternate those two responses until they go away. OP says, 1 second, I have to sign in on the thingy. Give me a few.
Okay.
Yes?
I don't want to bother you. Do what you have to first. I'm just upset.
Yes, it's okay to be upset, but how about we try being a fucking adult about it, not a sulky little baby boy. You can state that you're disappointed, that's fine, but then we move on from it. You don't turn it into this big giant dog and pony show, I hate it. OP says, I usually have to sit here for an hour or two, so let's talk. Yeah, that'll make everything better if we just talk.
At the moment, I don't want to talk. I'm extremely upset because I moved things around so I can see you today. And I know you're not feeling well, and I get that completely, but it still hurts. 'Cause I'm such a nice guy.
Citation needed.
I don't have anything to talk about because I just wanted to see you.
Yeah, what would we talk about if you saw me? You just sit there and stare at me really weird and creepy? Probably. OP says, I know you're a nice guy. I wanted to see you too. I was genuinely excited, but I genuinely feel like garbage with the fever, and it's gotten worse in my mom's eyes, and she'd rather be safe than sorry. Yeah, it's not me pulling out here, it's my mom. See that? That right there? You're letting the line in the sand drift a little bit. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because the next step is he's going to start digging in on your mom. OP says, I truly and deeply appreciate you moving things around to see me today. I truly do. And I respect you not wanting to talk. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave you be. Text me when you're ready. All right. And then he never texted her again. Nah, just kidding. And the worst part is you're not even trying to reschedule to make it up. It breaks my heart. Yes, you should know when you're better. You could just say next week. How about next week? I'm really at a loss as to how you think she even needs to make it up. Like, she's sick. People don't generally choose to be sick. What is wrong with you? More than we could get into in this video, I know that. I feel like you like the crappy guys, and then the good guys, you don't appreciate them, which then leads you ending up with crappy people again, because you're blind. There definitely is something going on with OP. I'm not a therapist, I can't diagnose it. But there is a sort of people-pleasing going on here. And that's the type of thing that guys like this love to feed off of. OP says, that's because I don't know my work schedule this week, as well as family plans, and I don't want to commit to plans that I won't be able to actually go through with, and no, I don't like shitty guys. I'll be honest, it's kind of upsetting that instead of respecting that I'm not feeling well, you're making the assumption that I just like crappy people. There you go. Now the gloves is coming out. Still the kitty gloves on at this point. Now he's gonna come back and say some dumb shit. When he does, I want you to hit him with the 2-piece on the side. Let's see if we can really blast a hole in that ego, huh, OP? See, that's not fair. You're not breaking on other plans, but breaking on our plans. Do you not see it from my point of view? I completely saw it from your point of view. I said you're allowed to be upset, but it's gone beyond being upset after a certain point. Now you're just making it weird. OP says the other plans are work and my family. I'm trying to help my family stay afloat, so yes, I will be canceling plans with my friends and anyone else to prioritize making sure my family doesn't have to stress as much. My dad lost his job, our house is falling apart, I'm trying to do my best, and me being sick is a major inconvenience for everyone. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. Your family should be more supportive when you're sick, but it doesn't always happen. I get it. Does sort of explain OP's very apologetic nature, though. I work in a corporate job and take care of my family, and I'm still being hyper-flexible on purpose to make time for you. Well, sounds to me like your schedule's packed. Don't worry about making time for me no more. Easy, done. That's why me moving things to see you today was a big deal. Because I canceled a lot of things so I could drive out to see you. I did a lot. Yeah, he did a lot. For reals. Definitely believe him. He's not the type of guy that has nothing going on and has plenty of time to message you all day long. Wherever would you get that impression? OP says, listen, I respect and appreciate that, and I do feel genuinely awful, but realistically, would you really want to hang out with someone who isn't feeling well and is literally turning their guts inside out? He literally doesn't care. He just needs a warm body. You know what I mean? I just like you and wanted to put a face to you. That's all. Yeah, there's nothing weird going on here. I just want to look at your face. I don't have anything to talk about, but I just want to look at your face. Let me look at your face. OP says, honestly, I get that, and I wanted to see you too, but again, I'm sick. I'm not feeling well, and truthfully, if I went, I wouldn't enjoy it at all because I'd be trying not to vom. It's like talking to a brick wall. He says, I just feel hurt because last night I confirmed with you 5 times. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it, so even though it's not in your control, it just
for me, seemed like it was so predictable that I wouldn't see you. And I feel like, yes, you don't feel well, but I feel like you're very nervous and don't want to meet up with me. Like I like you do, but then you don't. What the hell are you trying to say there? That nobody ever wants to meet up with you? Gee, I wonder why. It could be all of this clingy, controlling energy. OP's got the patience of a saint, dude. I don't know how you're still going round and round. Get me the hell out of here. I'm so upset right now. I'm just in my room texting you rather than hang with my family. Yeah, feel guilty about the choices that I make. I'm gonna be real, I don't give a shit about any of that. This happens every time I give love and respect to an individual. Maybe I should just be a crappy person. Well, I know you can do it. You're crappier than you think already. OP says, listen, go enjoy time with your family and we'll talk about this later because genuinely I'm upset. I feel like I'm being blamed for being sick when I don't want to be sick. Well, nailed that down pretty flat. I'm not blaming you. I'm just upset. That's such a coincidence. How is it a coincidence? I've been sick all weekend. From the day we started talking, I've been sick and obviously not getting better. That on your date you feel more worse than you did out of all the time. What? And also, if you felt super sick, I just wish you'd just even say last night that you wouldn't make it. That would have been better if you just said that, but instead you said you'd make it and that the only problem was your nephew. Yes, I wish you had told me all of that last night so we could have had the argument last night instead of today. Maybe then I could have ground your self-worth down to a nub to the point that you would come out despite literally having your stomach turn inside out every hour or so. That's wild, bro. I'm not upset at you. I'm upset at the situation. Because now I have no clue when I'll ever even see you. Z. I don't know what the Z is. Fat fingers. That's what it is. OP says, know what? I can't do this. I didn't ask to wake up with a fever. I didn't want to be sick. I thought if I rested these 2 days, I'd be fine by today. Because at first you said you'd make time, and now I'm getting all this new information that you're most likely not see me for a while. Oh my god, he's so exhausting. But I think that is the game plan. He's just going to wear OP down bit by bit, but luckily, she's already pulling away. He's not going to complete this mission. And thank goodness, you know, but I do feel sort of bad for any other girl he has to interact with. OP says, I'm getting frustrated. We'll talk when I'm more cooled down, because I don't think either of us are going to listen to each other right now. Yeah, right now or ever. I don't want to text anymore. When you're home, can I call you? I just want to have a phone call. I'm free tomorrow after 4 and Tuesday after 4, but that's the best I can do. Yeah, sounds like an amazing offer. I think I'm going to have to leave it on the table. OP says, I'm going to be honest. This conversation really changed how I viewed you. Stone cold facts. I thought you'd be understanding, and it really hurt that it's turned into this. And assuming I like crappy people, yeah, that's really fucked up. I've been in crap situations with people who were the nicest people in the world to start, and then they changed once they got comfortable. Oh yeah, happens every day. I don't mean any disrespect, but you've known me for 2 days, and pushed to hang out even though I've been sick. And when I canceled, you got upset with the situation. If we'd known each other for months, hell, even weeks, it would be totally understandable to be upset if I canceled, but we'd known each other for 2 days. It's not like I would never make time to see you. I just need to make plans around work and what my family needs. He doesn't understand any of that. We're in full meltdown mode. You seriously do not value good guys at all, and I see that. I can see why you're in the mess you are. You're so traumatized that you don't even see a good guy if he hit you with a bus. Now you're in your head overthinking all this. A girl like you doesn't run from the problem. She walks towards it. Maybe I'm glad that I can say I have my above and beyond to you and respected you, and now you're not my problem.
This is what we call respect? Man, that's generous.
If you end up with the worst person ever next, I'll just say, I told you so. You can now build an image about me in your head and be mad at me because I had to move mountains to see you, but it's fine. Maybe I need to find a more established person who values good people. I have every right to be upset, and you're gonna play the victim card that I don't need a person who uses that as an argument freebie.
Yes, this isn't your standard everyday victim card. This is literally, I'm sick. Bacteria, virus, fungus, parasites have infected my body, okay? I'm not doing it as a freebie.
I can't go out. I'm sick.
Boo, you whore.
Whatever you say next, I won't open it or read it or value it because I feel like I've wasted enough of my energy talking to you. And I don't want to give you not even one more second of my time. I can see why you're alone and why everyone leaves. My relationship didn't work out because my ex moved out of the States. That's why I'm single. I'm trying to find another valuable person and not you. So whatever you say, I don't care anymore because you fried my brain and I don't wish you the best. I wish I never met you. You lost yourself a really good guy, but you are blind. Bye forever.
And truly, OP didn't respond, which is great. He's definitely not the catch that he thinks he is. My ex moved out of the States? Yeah, that was probably just an excuse. I will uproot my entire life as an excuse to get away from you. Because I know if I sat down and tried to have an adult conversation around it, we'd just go round and round. You'd pick it apart down to the tiniest possible level, just so you can focus on the singular angle of the argument that maybe perhaps makes you look good. It's ludicrous. I don't know who did this to you, but mommy gassed you up way too hard or something. Why can't you just be normal? How hard is it to be normal? Oh, you're sick? Okay, let me know when you're feeling better. That's it! I'm disappointed, but hope we can meet up soon. That's all! I don't know where the fuck the rest of this came from. Anyway, we're into the next one. Little context, OP says, I'm worth so much better than you, I'm so nice to everyone. We had a school project to do together, and this is the first conversation that we've ever had online. Hey! OP says, hey, glad you remembered my tag. Which part of the project do you think I should handle? I'm pretty good at graphic design and art. I feel like I'd do best with the designs of the pictures, graphs, front cover, etc. What about you? Okay. Do you send? Excuse me? Send, please. You're such a pretty woman. I would love to wife you. What the fuck?
Excuse me, what?
About the project, though? OP says, whoa. 1, I'm 15 and you're 17. 2, I'm actually a trans man, so, no wife here. Who cares about age? It's just a number. Girls like you are fresh and ready to please. Oh, God. My spine is pounded in.
Ah, my spine!
It really did just invoke a physical reaction. Please, it will only be 2 minutes. What will only be? What the fuck are you talking about? Ew, no, stop! OP, telling a 15-year-old boy that you only last 2 minutes isn't a flex. I'm taking screenshots of this and sending it to the teacher and switching partners. You're gross. Please send first. No. Might be time to block. Too late. The mask already came all the way off. Whatever, whore. You're a female femboid. Horse, nobody, and yourself. Remember when you were 8? He was lucky. That should have been me. Fuck you. Remember when you were... What? No, please. That sounds like something that was shared in confidence. I hate this.
Teacher's name will agree with me. He knows the lure of young, pretty, fat girls like you.
Young, pretty, fat girls. That's what he's into. OP just says, okay, bye, PDF file.
Alpha.
Yeah, whatever you have to tell yourself to get through the day.
I'm worth so much better than you. I'm so nice to everyone. And you sit here and call me names? Screw you, whore. I deserve younger.
Younger than 50? Ugh. I think we've heard enough. Fuck it, take him out back. Boots!
Put the boots to him, medium style.
OP just says, stop responding! You give these messages to the teacher, you're done. You wash your hands. Yes, it's a disgusting interaction. I'm sure he'll get in trouble for his actions before long. And once he's in county lockup, yeah, they're gonna be hunting for chomos. It's just good old-fashioned fun. Not like that other type of prison fun.
Soap drop. Oh, you think you just gonna leave it down there? We don't waste no more soap in here.
This is wholesome. At least on some level. It's moving in a wholesome direction. Whatever. We're moving on. This dude says, okay, hope you find the person you're looking for.
Intimacy might be different.
OP says, huh? Yeah, sort of a non sequitur there, boy.
Nothing.
I'm not looking to hook up if that's what you're asking, lol. Men just be saying anything, huh?
I guess. I was just trying to take you to get food.
Oh, really?
I'm religious. I can't.
I don't know if you're trying to be, but that is funny.
What?
I'm tired, and the more you talk, the less I like you, so take care. Bye-bye. Sometimes it do be that easy. But this guy's not gonna let it go. Gotta rip the mask off. Show her what she's missing.
I just wanted to beg, to be honest. Who the fuck you thought this was, lol? Goodbye. Have a beautiful day. Nah, for real. I got mad respect for females.
Yeah, mad respect, huh? That's pretty dope. Word to your mother. OP just says disgusting. Get a life.
Disgusting!
I understand on some level trying to shoot your shot, but if you're going to shoot the shot, maybe don't shoot it in the worst possible way. As a non sequitur, apropos of absolutely nothing. Just like, hey, are you gonna let me do the thing now? What? You'll know when the moment is right, okay? And now the moment will never be right. You've blown it. A large part of me is glad for that. This OP says, having missed out on intimacy makes me vengeful. Oh yeah, this is some hybrid incel nice guy posting. I can smell it. Taste on the tip of my tongue.
When I realized that I probably missed half of my potential years of an intimate life, and even more if I can't get married soon, I feel pretty angry at the world.
Are you planning on getting married? Are there any prospects on the horizon for you? Or that's just a wouldn't it be nice thing? Wouldn't it be nice if that fell into my lap? That nice thing that I couldn't possibly bother to work towards and therefore could never, ever, ever maintain. You think you're ready for marriage? He's still over there getting mad at his own pee-pee. What? What?
It makes me want to be an evil person.
See, it's just an excuse. You are already the evil person. This is just your excuse.
I've been a nice guy all my life. I never hurt anyone or anything. To date, I haven't had the capacity for it.
Yeah, probably because you're a do-nothing chump that just likes to talk tough.
Sometimes when I read about horrible leaders in history, like Tiny Mustache Man or Genghis Khan, who suffered great irreversible personal misfortune and then took it out on other people, I can kind of see where they're coming from.
Yeah, you like to put yourself in their shoes. Have a little LARP that you have this capacity to do something terrible. Or anything at all.
Maybe all of this is just in my head right now, but little by little it might start spilling out into the real world. I might start by giving people bad feedback that they don't deserve, and then progress from there.
Yeah, what a dastardly plan. As long as it doesn't require me to actually do anything except sit there and talk shit online. Are you for real? This is the start of your villain arc? I left negative criticism. They didn't even deserve it. Wow, you really got him. You're just like Tiny Mustache Man. So stupid. I do love that. Stupid makes me chuckle. So let's do another stupid one.
I'd really like if you acknowledged me, ma'am.
Wait, what?
Facebook! You never react to my comments.
Yeah, I'm not actually obligated to respond to reply, guys. I don't know if you are aware. OP says as much. I didn't know I was obligated. You do realize that's my husband's page, right?
Okay.
You know, your first cousin.
So I can't comment that you look nice?
Dude, this is getting some Sweet Home Alabama vibes, isn't it?
Sweet Home Alabama.
He's trying to swoop his first cousin's girl. All types of twists and turns. On Facebook, in front of the entire fam. What the fuck? OP says, nah, when you're leaving emojis and insinuating there's something weird between us, you cannot.
Come on now. Big Cuz knows I'm not like that.
Yeah, because you're never given the opportunity to be like that. Because you get shut down at every twist and turn, but still, you go back to the hub every single day and watch those type of videos. Pouring the poison directly into your mind, and maybe something will happen if I just keep trying. Stop it! Everybody thinks you're weird! Including Big Cuz. OP says that may be so, but it makes me uncomfortable. And he said he checked you about it as well.
Yeah, whatever.
How about next time I come to your house with a fucking 2x4? You might finally learn your lesson if I hit you with it until it breaks. OP says thank you in advance for future impulsivity.
By the way, you're not the only hot wife in the fam.
Just so you duly noted.
At least I'm nice enough to humble you.
Thank you so much. I needed that. Yeah, you really think I'm ugly enough that you stand a chance? Please. There's a reason that you're single. You're gonna be single forever. I don't know if it really has anything to do with the external, but I can tell you that the internals that I'm seeing, they're disgusting. You might want to take a good look inside yourself. Sort your fucking soul out, you know? He's not going to. He gets shot down, he goes right back to the hub, rubs one out, tries to make himself feel better. You're not fixing anything. You're making everything worse. I will say I'm glad I'm not a part of that family, because I would beat the living shit out of my cousin. Show up at the next family function with a nice ReddX Industries brand lead pipe. I told you was gonna get worse than the 2x4 next time I seen you, right? And then just bam, 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 until he can't walk no more. Problem solved. You can't feel anything below the waist. It's over. But no, seriously, it is over.
I love your tattoos. Where did you get them done?
And then here comes the flip.
Why even add me if you're just gonna pretend I don't even exist?
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Most women would flock my way, no problem. Citation needed. Newly single after an 8-year relationship. Online dating seems worse than before.
I mean, let's be real with each other. It's never been that great. It's just other options are quickly evaporating.
Especially if your personality sucks. I'm 36 male, got a great job, I hit the gym and look good. I dress up casual but nice. I got no debt. I got a Toyota Tacoma 4x4. I live in a house, but my father owns it. And I have a roommate to split the bills with. And I got the master bedroom just 10 minutes from downtown. I seem to have everything I need, and that most women would flock my way no problem. But it has been dry as a desert for me, and the games and ghosting are non-stop.
Dry as a desert, very an apt analogy here. I'm not gonna knock anything he said so far. I could go in on the roommate thing, but shit, I'd be 36 with a roommate if I stayed in California, so I sorta get it.
I've only been single for about 3 months, but in this time, I've only dated with a girl for a couple weeks, and I felt like she was below my standards.
Then why bother? He's just taking anything he can get.
Yeah, you're a pig dog, but I guess it'll do. She blew me off the day that she slept over at my place the second time. Every other woman online ignores me, and the ones that do message me are ugly as hell.
I mean, you're entitled to like what you like, but I do think you might be batting a little more than your weight there. Have you ever pondered exactly what it was that made that woman never call you again after coming over for the second time? Because you must have done something right the first time, because you got the second time, but then the second time something went horribly wrong. What was the thing that went horribly wrong? Do you have something weird under your bed? She found it?
What did she find under your bed? Nothing. Is it gross? Scale of 1 to 10.
100.
I feel like American women are truly tainted and have unrealistic expectations.
Tainted. Just all of them. Tainted. If you're painting everybody with the same brush like that, then you are also tainted, you see?
They just seem psychotic and arrogant.
Huh. And I guess that really upsets you because it's like looking into a mirror.
Is it the birth control and the hormones they're pumped with? Is it social media or 5G cell phone towers making them like this? Regardless of what it is, there is a huge problem with American women.
Yes, and somehow you alone have escaped the miasma. How does that work? Is it because you stay off social media and don't have a 5G cell phone? Also, he's on birth control? It's the man on birth control. It's good for my skin. I don't know if any of that's true. I'm truly making this up here, so please don't take birth control if you're a man. Thank you.
So, do you have any protection?
Nah, baby, watch this. Alexa, turn my balls off.
They'd rather be alone than not have a man in the top 5%. I would like to have a beautiful woman, but she doesn't have to be drop dead gorgeous.
Yes, bartering. The first stage is denial or anger. We've seen both of them. I wonder if we'll reach acceptance by the end of this post.
I don't even care for makeup, and if she's a little chubby, that's fine with me. She doesn't even have to dress up too nice, because I think a simple woman is much less drama to deal with.
Yeah, don't be dramatic. I'll let you be a frump. Not too much of a frump, though, or else you're gonna have a talking to. This guy is all the drama in the relationship. That's why it doesn't last more than a couple weeks. I'm not gonna say everybody that's 36 and single has done something wrong, but this guy, he definitely got a couple screws loose.
I've been so depressed about women today, so I'm thinking I may travel abroad.
Yeah, get out in the world and make it everybody else's problem. Awesome!
My first thought was Eastern Europe, because I want a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman mostly. A blonde with green eyes, but I've also heard they can be kind of mean.
I suppose mean is really relative. They come from a more stoic culture, perhaps. Americans are essentially like the golden retrievers of tourists, and they'll go up and talk to anybody. Most European people, a bit slower to open up.
But he's already 36, he doesn't have that kind of time.
Let me just pay you, and we can have a family together and pretend we're happy. That's what he's looking for, isn't
it? Second thought was Southeast Asia, like Vietnam or Philippines. I know Asian women are so sweet and tender.
Yeah, citation needed. I don't... Sometimes maybe. But if you're full of shit, they're just like any other woman in the world. They're gonna tell you exactly that. My wife's a Filipina. I have no doubts or reservations about the fact that she's gonna love me until the end of time. And that just means I love her as hard as possible. It's great. It works out. But it tends to work out a lot better if you don't have these weird preconceived notions based entirely on media that you watched, I'm sure.
Third would be Argentina, Costa Rica, Panama, since I speak good Spanish.
Sí, muy bueno. I guess I would say go to, South America, because we don't need you over here in Asia. Thanks.
Where should a white man go to? American white women are gone. They're just far gone into outer space. They don't even know it.
Well, at least you can go with them as company, I suppose. You really are basing this on what? Bad experiences on dating apps?
I can't find anybody on Tinder.
You think Tinder works any better in Eastern Europe or Asia? I personally don't know, but I'm gonna assume it's just the same bullshit, but in a different culture. Online dating sucks, dude. Go out, try and meet somebody the old-fashioned way. Sure, you get shot down 1,000 times, but at least once you're locked into something, you both know what you're getting. You know what I mean? There's not gonna be much ghosting, because apparently you're physical attracted enough to exchange phone numbers and that. And then, if you manage to act not like a weirdo within the first few dates, then maybe exchange bodily fluids, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. This guy doesn't really see that he is a lot of the problem that's going on. You might could find something in Vietnam or the Philippines, but yeah, it's not gonna last long. But if all you're looking for is the hollow husk of a relationship, then yeah, hop right in. Sounds like that's all he wants anyways. Anyway, whatever, next post.
Maybe a nice good guy's in there waiting, talking to himself for months in the inbox.
Out of all the men sitting in you women in bonk, y'all still choose to me single.
What the hell is happening?
Do you speak English?
Have you ever thought that maybe a nice good guy is just in there talking to himself for months?
Sir, this is Facebook. Eyebrow raise emoji.
Can I ask why you can't answer my question?
Because it's not coherent. I don't know. I just miss my husband. Sad face.
Oh, my condolences. When did he die?
He didn't. I'm just waiting for him to return from golf. Therefore, he won't be upset about his beginner's handicap and burst with laughter upon reading this rant.
Please, don't show him this.
Yeah, you didn't know what you was getting yourself into, did you? I mean, he did call himself a nice, good guy, but there wasn't enough time to really pull the mask off or anything. He backed out of that one hella fast. He doesn't want to get beat up by husband. Well advised, I would say. Not because anything he said was offensive, but just because it would be fun.
You like guys who treat you like crap. I treat you like a princess. Can I take you on a date?
And then she sends a picture of himself back to him and says, no, but this is a better photo for your main. Salute.
I can't take you on a date. Why?
No is a complete sentence, senor.
You don't like good-looking men that are looking for a long-term relationship and will treat you with love and like a princess.
Oh, yes. Drip your sweet lies into my ears, would you?
You're one of those women that like men that treat them like crap. Sorry, that's not me. You are right. Or maybe you can't handle an Italian man.
Babbity-boopy. Babbity-boopity-babbity-babbity.
What's that supposed to mean?
I got another 10 years before I discover gabagool, and then it's all over from there. What is it? Because all my recent exes were black, and I plan on my wife being black when I find her?
Well, I had no knowledge of that. It's like, let me accuse you of being racist for not wanting to date me. But it's like racism through osmosis, because my exes were black. It's a wild ride. Opie says, none of your rant has anything to do with me. At your age, you should know not everyone will want you. Demanding to know why is creepy and entitlement. We're strangers. I don't owe you an explanation, and I most certainly do not owe you interest. You have a great day. And thank you oh so much. Salute emoji.
No, come on, OP, you have to answer me why. It's 'cause I'm Italian, isn't it?
Oh, man. I'm glad you identify with your culture, I guess, but you're about the least Italian I ever met. He didn't say capiche even once. Whatever, I'm moving on. Nobody's real anymore. Only took 2 hours for him to do a complete 180. Lol. Yeah, he was including himself in that nobody is real. There's a lot of projection going on.
It's refreshing to meet a real person. I appreciate you.
It's already weird. It's already really weird. Are you this desperate for human contact? I smell it on you. It's nasty.
Did you leave? Okay. Nice meeting you. I'm leaving like 15 minutes.
OP swoops in and says, "No, I'm the back doing some training stuff. Sorry."
Oh, okay, bet. Get in. Do your thing. Should I leave or do you want me to wait for you? Like, no worries. Winking emoji.
The desperation's just dripping off of you. I can smell your need for validation. It's a stinky cologne. You need to learn to be more secure in yourself.
It's totally whatever.
And then OP says, "Hey, I just finished." And he says,
"Can we meet up? Nice meeting. Hope someday you find what you're looking for. Fat bar owner's leftovers is not my ideal chick. Get while the getting's good. I got the best blow. Let's..." What a shame. So much talent. Wasted. Lol. This sucks. Ugh. So much talent wasted. JK.
Dude, where the fuck is this even going? Is he on coke right now? Is that what he meant by "I got the best blow"? Really seems to be doing the number. This guy zooted it out of his mind.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean anything I said negative yesterday. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
No. Please leave me alone forever. Call her like fat girl bar leftover. Like, nobody's gonna see past that one, dude. You don't want this relationship to continue. That's gonna get brought up a decade later. She might pretend that she forgot at some point, but they never forget. It's in there somewhere. OP says, "Yeah, that was a lot. You can still come by whenever." To be honest, I didn't even understand what you were trying to say anyways. Neither did I. I'm not hurt, lol, but I would appreciate it if you wouldn't text me anymore. Well, there you go. Laid down nice and flat. I'm sure he's gonna deal with that like a normal, rational human being till he gets an 8-ball up his nose and starts doing backflips and punching the drywall. Hoo-ha!
Oh, yeah!
But you know, that's Future Bee's problem, I suppose. This nice guy says,
"Just wait till I'm a millionaire. Then you're gonna wish you didn't ghost me."
Yeah, that thing that's totally gonna happen to me somehow. I got no plan or motivation for how to get there, but it's gonna happen to me, definitely. OP says, "I rarely check Messenger, and this was in my inbox. Lol, guess I missed out."
"Hi there. I love your tattoos. Where did you get them done?"
And then here comes the flip.
"Why even add me if you're just gonna pretend I don't even exist?"
Boy, that escalated quickly.
"Just wait till I'm a fucking millionaire. Then you're gonna wish you didn't ghost me for absolutely no reason." Middle finger emoji.
Wow, you really showed her with that theoretical money, didn't you? Nobody's gonna know this guy's name. He has no plan on how to get his $1 million. He's just like rubbing money that doesn't exist into the face of somebody who probably didn't even see the message. Didn't know he existed at all. And he couldn't just be like cool and laid back and like, okay, I sent the message, whatever. He's got to blow up, show his whole ass. It's so dumb. Looks like his name is Brady. So I'm gonna sit you down, Brady, and I'm gonna tell you some things, you know? $1 million is not going to change who you are deep down. You're uncreative, uninteresting, and untalented, and basically a plague to be around. Simply reading what you wrote dropped my IQ by 5 points, and I'm now sub 80. I no longer understand the concepts of irony or sarcasm, and therefore we're gonna have to shut the channel down. Brady, you broke it for everybody. Now nobody gets to enjoy. No, it's gonna take a lot more than that. We'll continue on.
I was completely nice to you, proceeds to call me mentally ill and a stalker. I mean, are you either of those things? Or maybe he's either of those things and projecting. I guess we'll see. OP says, hey, sorry, I don't want to keep ignoring you, but I have to be honest, I don't really want to talk to you. I don't want to start drama or anything, like an argument, but some of your past behavior, looking back at it, wasn't the best, and I don't want to be around that kind of behavior. I'm not the kind of person to ghost people, so I just wanted to be honest. Well, that's an exceedingly vague message, but he probably knows exactly what she's talking about. He says, I was completely nice to you, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Why the fuck you follow me and watch me like a stalker then? Like I said, I didn't want to start any drama, and I've been following you for like a year. I don't use this account anymore. You're the one that's been texting me. You're watching my stories. That's why I texted you. I saw you looking at my story. You're in position to judge me. Your behavior is no better. Yes, this story that I posted publicly for people to look at. I caught you looking at it. There was nothing to catch. It looked interesting. I wanted to see. That's why I don't mess with Facebook, man. Big tech out here dropping the dime on everybody. I watch my wife's stories, and that's it. Nobody else will catch me looking at that shit. I don't care how cool the thumbnail looked. OP says, I haven't. I might have gone through it automatically, but like you probably saw, I erased my profile picture and changed my username since I don't use this account anymore. Then just abandon ship. Let it be dead, like... Who cares? You have this thing about not ghosting people, I sort of get that. But like, do you really want to drag trash like this along with you? I don't know. What was my behavior that you judge and don't want to be a part of? OP says, I'm not trying to judge, just trying to be nice and not randomly ghost you. It's exactly what he deserves, just do it, it's fine. If you want to tell me how to improve my behavior, maybe it would help me. And maybe I would agree with you. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure that's gonna happen. Your ego will just magically step aside and be like, that's true what she said. It hurts, but you need to hear it. No, never indeed is gonna be like, she's such a bitch for saying that. It hurts because it's true, you idiot. OP says, I'm more than happy to tell you. I just want to be clear, I'm not trying to insult you or make you upset in any way. But how you talked about other women around me was weird, looking back at it. I'm not calling you manipulative or a maltreater in any way, shape, or form, but it felt very weird that you always talked about women negatively around me. The Ukrainian girl who slept at your place was clearly getting uncomfortable with your behavior, and you ignored that. It was unfortunately boundary overstepping, and what you told me, that isn't the only girl where you accidentally overstepped boundaries with them. I'm not saying you did that intentionally or that mistakes can't happen, but I'm just trying to avoid people like that in my life. Yeah, people like that. People like you. You could say it a bit more pointedly. I'm pretty sure he's gonna fly off the deep end either way. OP continues, I also talked to another girl who had apparently also met you. Since I don't know both sides of the story, I'm not going to believe or not believe anything since I'm not in the place to judge that. But she also apparently had a bad experience with you. Like I said, I don't know both sides, and I'm not going to say you're bad or good, but personally I'm trying to stay away from certain situations. Yes, situations like you. Also, I just replied because I just didn't want to ghost you. I originally just planned not to text you since I don't want to message dump you or start any drama. It's always going to lead to drama. I somewhat admire that you're being forthright, but at the end of the day, it's too much shit for me to sort through. If we don't talk anymore, you figure it out, okay? This guy says, wow, that sounds like complete bullshit. You're the one with mental illness and it shows. That was real and good to you and tried to be your friend. You're fake and backstabbed me. Typical city chick. You guys suck out there. Fuck you. Yes, this is about the other city next to mine being bad. It's full of mentally ill stalkers. I'm not going back there again. I think that's good. That's good for everyone. OP says, hey, it's fine you're upset, but no need to become insulting. I just tried giving you feedback since that's what you asked for. The brutal honesty really is something that I admire. And on top of that, sitting through the bullshit that comes alongside the brutal honesty, the kickback and the no, it's not true, it's your fault and I hate you.
That takes a strong person. I don't have the energy for all that. I might say the thing that I need to say. I might not. But it's definitely not going to become a back and forth. You know, I said the thing I need to say and now it's over. Bye. This dude's quite off his rocker. I hope you find yourself there, buddy. This guy says, "You will not find a good guy with those beliefs." Your opening move. Who's your dream dinner party guest, real or fictional? Question wasn't meant for me, but I'll answer. My wife's grandma, because I know she wants to see her again real bad. If I can make that happen, I'm gonna make that happen. Here's a response to it, I guess, or not really a response to it. Somebody just saw it as an opportunity to convey their political beliefs, which, yeah, great. We should just make everything about that. The left and right-wing dating apps, both are shit shows in their own unique and special ways. Doesn't want kids. Left, meaning postmodernism / Marxist communist beliefs, which between Mao in China, Pol Pot in Cambodia, and Stalin in Russia has left between 30 and 55 million people ended in the last 100 years. Atheist. A good definition of God is that in which you put at the top of your importance hierarchy, the thing you make everything else revolve around. Everyone has a god. Example, some people make alcohol their god, bring the thing they make everything else revolve around, and literally give up their families before alcohol. Many examples with drugs or drama, hedonism, you name it. Many people make themselves their own god, failing to sacrifice for others. The fact you want a hotter partner so you win with your ex is so pathetic. You'll not find a good man with these beliefs, only a gay man who isn't righteous. Instead, in his soul is a cry for help. Get right with Jesus. OP just says, "Are you alright there, mate?" The perfect response. None of that had anything to do. What the fuck are you talking about? You want to sit here and try and talk theological beliefs when you can't even use the correct there? I love Jesus, I hate communism, but we are still two fundamentally different people. I don't know where the hell you're going with this. I'm just trying to shift her back onto the right path. Just leave that up to God, okay? People will experience what they need to experience. Right now, what you're doing is having the opposite effect. You're not helping Jesus out at all. Please stop. Anyway, I never meant to hurt you in school. I never meant to make you cry.
Hi, please text me now. Are you a guy or a female? I couldn't tell.
OP says, "Hi, thank you for asking. Why do you ask?"
I just didn't know. What's your real name, please?
Why does it matter to you, though?
Wow. Did you go to this high school? I wanted to be your friend. I see that you're friends with a couple friends of mine. I'm sorry I offended you in any way.
It's, again, just the deep and desperate need for validation. I don't know how to make you not like this, but I'd really like you to not be like this anymore. OP says, "What you see is my real name, sweetheart." It's like if I asked you if you were a man or a pile of shit in a hollowed out skin suit. A big lumpy one. I'm good, thanks.
Nice to meet you.
Wish I could say the same. Wow, this is getting catty so fast. I love it.
Please don't be mad at me. You seem nice.
But I don't know you.
I want to get to know you. Please? Did you go to this high school? I thought you were kind of cute, but I couldn't tell if you were a boy or a girl. I'm sorry for upsetting you.
This whole conversation's pretty weird. Pretty weird indeed. OP says, "I'm open to it, but respect and equality are the key. I did graduate in '99, and I was very much involved in theater and choir, though it was just vocal ensemble in my senior year. Tell me about yourself. I'm not gonna dead name myself, however."
I go by this.
Oh, my brother's name was this. Please don't dead name me if you do know my former name.
I was in theater back in school. What do you mean by dead name you?
Well, he doesn't know the lingo, the terminology, dead name. I do respect him for just straight out asking, though. I don't know what that is. Could you please tell me? I respect that. You're not expected to have all the knowledge in the world. I hope OP answers in a respectful way, or else I think I'm gonna flip a little bit on him. OP says, yeah, so that's why we have mutual pals. Or former name, are you single or married? Conversations get a little mixed up here. But OP responds to the dead name thing saying, when a trans person has embraced their gender identity, the person they were before dies, in a way. I'm divorced, and now I'm recently engaged with a wedding in April.
I'm glad you messaged me. I like you, though. I wanted to see you in somewhere private, please, sometime.
I'm flattered, but I'm not clear about why. Perfectly fine. I am likable.
I think you're beautiful. I wished I was your boyfriend. I wanted to fall in love with you. OP, do you think I'm ugly or cute? Hello? Are you mad at me? Please text me now.
God. I really grow a spine. Stand the fuck up right, please. Where is your self-respect?
Would you want my cell number? Are you there, OP?
And then OP sends a picture. And the caption in the picture says something about them being engaged.
And he says, you're beautiful. I wished I was there with you now in your place.
This is weird. It's very kind of you. I must respectfully disagree and decline your advances. You could easily be attempting to hurt me. I don't know you, and because you all tormented me in my youth and young adulthood, I hate cisgender men, to be honest.
I'd love to hug you and kiss you, if you'd be okay with it. I never meant to hurt you in school.
How old are these fucking people? OP said they graduated in 99? You're far too old for this, can I be honest? Just stop.
Let me tell you about a thing that happened 20 years ago. I'm totally apologetic for it.
Is this the first time you guys have talked in 20 years? Weird. Weird! OP says, I'm happily engaged to be married with a wonderful partner.
I'm not trying to hurt you.
That is certainly fascinating.
I genuinely like you.
And here comes the self-report. Yo!
I've never been with a trans person before, and I kinda was curious to see what it would be like. I have had 4 ex-fiancé.
Yeah, just get cold feet before the wedding, or what's going on there? They figured out that you're a weird, insecure psychopath before you could lock them down with a legal contract? Dang, I hate when that happens. OP says, I am suspicious. That's not gonna change. It seems like you might be what we call a chaser because of your initial blatant disregard for the bare minimum of trans affirmative language. I'm gonna offer a suggestion.
I just never knew a trans person before.
Learn about us. Do not simply sexualize us. This is like so close to being a respectful exchange where they both evolve as human beings. Because even the creep says, I apologize. I don't know if he really means it, but I'm impressed that he'd say it.
You seem like a wonderful person.
OP says, don't apologize. Act.
I want to get to know you better. Let me start over. Hi, my name's this, and I enjoy bowling, and I enjoy reading comic books and drinking coffee.
But it seems like OP's had enough of his shit. Thanks, I'm sorry, but you seem either like you're not, or you are a bit dumb, or you're lazy based on the way the conversation started. Apologies can only do so much. I'm telling you the 2 things that should matter to you. I'm engaged, and I'm not interested in cisgender men.
What is cisgender man?
See? He doesn't know anything at all. He's trying to ingratiate himself, but yeah, he also doesn't want to do the bare minimum of research. He is dumb. He's pretty lazy. You could Google it. Like, Google's right there. OP says, flattered, and I thank you, but I'm not going to be changing my mind on either issue. Just be willing to see if I could help you learn.
I'm new to transgender people and the language, and that's why I'm dumb about it.
A cisgender man's a person who's assigned male at birth and identifies as male for their entire life. Google's a great resource, you know? Also, YouTube. Yeah, I'll stick with the 2-minute Google version. I don't need the 2-hour long YouTube version. I appreciate that, though.
I'm sorry if I made you hate me. Do you want to know something?
Here, if you ever want to have any semblance of a shot with a trans woman, please watch this. If you want more, I have more. And the shared YouTube video is called Identity, a trans coming out story on PhilosophyTube. I mean, I guess that's good. Like I said, it's almost a respectful exchange. You know, here, check out somebody else's point of view. And he's just like, I'm actually just trying to get my rocks off. I don't think he has the depth to absorb anything. He's about as deep as a wet sidewalk. OP says, go on. I probably won't want to know.
I really do like you a lot, and I wished I could have been your partner. Your partner's lucky to be with you.
Thanks, but see, this is odd. Super aggro. Did you know me?
What was your name then? I don't know, we might have known each other from theater.
I gave you my last name above, and I refused to give you my first. What year did you graduate?
1998.
So he's also part of the too damn old club. Opie says, my real name, eye-rolling emoji.
I didn't mean it like that.
Yep, pals with Blank's family, among others.
Can we be friends, please? I'm sorry for liking you more than just a friend, though.
Yeah, before he's even established the friend part, he's like, I like you as more than a friend. Well, gee, I appreciate your forwardness, but I've declined multiple times now, and I think this conversation's coming to a close. Thank you. OP says, I'm gonna keep you right here for now. I actually enjoy when I can help people get their stuff straight where trans issues are concerned, but don't expect anything from me. I might lose interest. That happens after I bang my head against a wall for a little bit.
I hope you can please forgive me.
Watch the video, pay attention, learn a thing or two.
I still think you're cute.
You're not listening to me!
Just really not getting the message here, are we? Otherwise, we're just your weird fantasy, and that's fine for some of us, I guess, but not for me. My partner has a cat named Blank, she's a little lumpy, and she's got a lot to say too. That was a rather nice segue, wasn't it? Perfectly smooth. Now we're on to new topics of conversation. In my dreams.
I like your smile. I wish I was allowed to give you a hug, friend.
It's not that kind of friendship. What the hell are you talking about?
What is this?
Give me a hug. Give me a hug. I need this. Please, give me a hug, Nick. Please, just give me a hug. Ow!
OP says, oy vey, eye roll. Bro, it's a no from me, dog. I'm telling you, over and over. Man, if you only knew how hard my partner and our friends are gonna laugh at these screenshots later.
Please don't show anyone.
That's the risk you took. Are you married? Coupled?
No. Well, I am sorry. Could you please not show anyone?
Why are you so worried about it, dude? I thought you said I was super cute and whatever. OP says, well, at least you have that going for you. I'm definitely gonna show people, though. I'm sorry.
I didn't know you were planning to show anyone. I'm sorry.
Why are you ashamed? See? Same question I came up with.
I just don't want people to know. Please.
Why, though? Search your soul. I like this OP, man. They're funny as hell.
I've been straight always. Just please do as I ask.
Damn, dude. Got yourself stuck between a rock and a hard place, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. OP just says, no thank you. Why are you so ashamed of being interested in trans women? It's okay, truly. I mean, the ham-fisted way you're going about trying to pick me up is a bit cringe, but everybody starts somewhere.
Because people will hate me.
Nobody's gonna hate. Well, probably some people might. But what you need to learn is the truth that's always been self-evident, and that is that it doesn't fucking matter what other people think. As long as you're happy with it in your own life, that's great. But this guy's so fucking insecure, obviously going through something, and I do hope that he finds himself in some type of way. Whatever the hell this is isn't working. OP says, maybe you care about the opinions and feelings of the wrong people, if that's how you feel. Damn.
Laying it down too flat. First of all, I really didn't know you were a trans person.
And OP says, yet you were interested regardless, or possibly because, as you said.
I thought it would have been nice to have been with someone. Please don't show anyone.
Yes, been with someone who I'm deeply ashamed of. That's hilarious. There's like some sort of self-hatred going on here. I'm not a psychologist. I can't unpack it all, but it does smell off. OP says, quit denying yourself the joy that comes along with being your authentic self, dude. I think truer words have never been spoken.
OP says, what authentic self? People used to tease me a lot. I just don't want to be laughed at again. Do you like me as your friend? If you do, please don't show anyone. I used to have depression back then. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'm not gay at all. Please leave me alone.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Wow, what a shift there at the end. He really backed out. Okay, well, what a ride that's been. Obviously, OP showed people. She showed the whole internet. And I thank you very much for your contribution. And additionally, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for watching to the end of the video. Hooray! Thank you to the Patreon patrons, the YouTube channel members, the Jerry Army. I made a special video for them yesterday. If you sign up this month, you can have your name included in it next month. I'd be happy to read it. Rip on it. Whatever. A personal connection for only $1 or $2? You can't put a price on that. Yes, you can. It's mostly $1 or $2. But still, thank you guys so much for supporting. Check out the fourth wall for some merch if you haven't quite yet. My t-shirts finally came in, my sweater. I even got myself the ReddX body pillow. I think I'm going to do a stream pretty shortly. And then I could show off all the merch, but I'm still waiting on the Chris Trucker embroidered trucker hat and some buttons, I think. But yeah, lots of good merch options. We're working on more every single day, so keep your eyes out over there. And even if you can't do any of the stuff that I just listed, you watch the video, which again, thank you for that. Before I go, I'd like to remind you, friends, that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely deserve it, and I shall see you in the next one. So until then, bye-bye.